Watch. Don't give it up. All right, so. All right, folks, good afternoon. It is 5:30. So let's go ahead and please take a seat. It is great to see everyone. We're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. Happy May. There are a lot of different celebrations in May, so we'll be waiting for our inspirational reading soon enough. But we are going to go ahead on 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance. And we are going to have our student from Indian Springs, Taharka Islam. Where are you at? Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Please place your right hand over your hearts. Ready, begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty, with justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir. Well done, well done. Great to have a student lead us in the pledge. All right, we are going to move on, folks, to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
It was moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion or items to be pulled? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Mrs. Grande?
Okay, motion carries. Agenda has been approved as drafted. We'll move on to 1.4, inspirational message. And this message comes from board member Miss Mickey Chahusky. Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you and good evening, Superintendent Ariano, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, my board colleagues, esteemed cabinet, and community. Yesterday was May Day, a day to celebrate life, renewal, and workers around the world. Many early European cultures marked the first day of May as a day of growth, renewal, and the potential that warmer days of late spring and summer bring. It is the season of hope. Later in the late 1880s, May 1st became another day of hope for workers as the international labor movement adopted it as International Workers' Day. In 1886, the American Federation of Labor called for a strike in support of the 8-hour workday. This fight led to what is known as the Haymarket Massacre, as a peaceful rally in support of workers turned violent. While history has its views on what happened that day, it led to May 1st becoming a national public holiday in many countries, and even the Catholic Church dedicated May 1st to St. Joseph the Worker. We in America celebrate Labor Day in September, but certificated and classified staff are honored in May. Yesterday, May 1st, was School Principals Day, and last week we celebrated our administrative professionals. Today, May 2nd, is National Day of the Teacher. Yet California celebrates Day of the Teacher on May 10th. May 10th is also National School Nurses Day, and May 16th celebrates our education support professionals. It would take all of my time tonight to list every celebration of our incredible employees from preschool to adult education. So let me just celebrate them instead. You rock. Thank you to each and every person in our district who makes hope happen, who believe in our students and our mission. To each one of you who leave your own children and families every day to make real and positive difference in the life of someone else's child. To our school sites and departments who create a team of support for each other as we fulfill that promise. Thank you to our new superintendent who has chosen to lead us and create a vision where we can see hope turn into reality. Thank you to those of you sitting here with me today, making the sometimes hard decisions that we believe will make San Bernardino stronger. You see, we are the village. We are the fabric. You are the building blocks of our community and our students' future. Our teachers and our rec aides, our maintenance staff and our counselors, our folks in transportation and our school police, our administrators and our speech language pathologists, nurses and psychologists, and our custodians, clerks, and secretaries. Every last one of us. We are the hope of May 1st for our students. You know, May brings one more thing, Decision Day. In the upcoming days, our students will be choosing their post-SBC USD path, their college and career. It's a big decision, and it's one that every one of you played a part in creating, so thank you. Thank you to everyone in our SBC USD family that played a part in making hope happen for our students, but especially for our 2023 graduates. Good luck on your decision day. I know that you will choose wisely, whether you choose Valley College or Cal State, Howard, Fisk, or UCLA, or perhaps you'll be lucky enough to be a Cal Poly Bronco like me. Or you might choose work and or a trade school. You know, you get to write your future, and I know it will be bright. I have one more thank you as I end. Thank you to our parents, guardians, and community. We couldn't do what we do without you. You bring us hope, and for that, I am grateful.
Very well done, Mr. Husky. I am inspired, most definitely. Thank you. Looking forward to our next section right now to be even more inspired. So we'll move on to 2.0, special presentation and recognitions. 2.1, school showcases. And we are going to be showing off today Belvedere Elementary School, Shannon Hills Middle School, and Indian Springs High School. So welcome to all of our students, staff, and family from all three schools. And I don't know if we'll have somebody introducing them. All right, Dr. Rodriguez.
So we have wonderful schools showcasing wonderful programs. And so the very first school that we'd like to bring up is Belvedere Elementary School. Principal Erica Rios and her team are coming down. Wonderful things are happening at Belvedere. And today the team will be showcasing the trilingual program. It is the only trilingual program that we have in the district. And we're very proud to showcase the teachers, the students, and the community that really embrace this. So thank you very much for your attention today, and I'll pass it over to Mrs. Rios. Thank you.
I think I'm a little nervous, but good evening, Board President Wyatt, board members, Superintendent Arellano, and Cabinet. Like Dr. Rodriguez has said, I am Erica Rios, Belvedere's extremely proud principal, and with me I have
Trey Painter, Vice Principal.
Monica Santana Razzo, the program facilitator.
Christine Nguyen, Vietnamese support teacher.
Gisela Morales, resource teacher.
And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to showcase one of the great things we have been working on this school year. Do we have a clicker? So Belvedere mission states that we will educate children in a positive, safe, and inclusive environment that successfully prepares students for college, career, and global citizenship. One of the ways we do this is through our trilingual program. Our goal is to build a successful, sustainable, and strong trilingual program that will equip our Belvedere students with a multicultural perspective and the language skills that will prepare them for the global society.
All right, so what our program does is acknowledges a 80-10-10 model, but over time it turns into a model where they're able to speak English and Spanish as well as Vietnamese. Next slide, please. And if you take a look at our presentation here, so notice it starts with kindergarten, our 80-10-10, but then as you look through the grade levels, all the way up to 6th grade, we got that nice balance of our English to Spanish as well as Vietnamese. Next slide, please. And here is a short video clip of our amazing support teacher, Miss Nguyen, talking about our Vietnamese program.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Nguyen. I'm the Vietnamese teacher at Belvedere Elementary. This is an example of how here at Belvedere, in Vietnamese class, we try to be cohesive with all of the standards and the classrooms in all. So we use an added strategy, 3-column notes, and we do it in Vietnamese, Spanish, and then of course our connection, and then we have our English down there. This is just one of the ways that we try to integrate all of the languages. Teacher clarity is the foundations for how I build lessons in this program. It really, because our program is 80-10-10 and Vietnamese is only 10%, I really have to think carefully about what our goals are for the program and then for each lesson, and then be able to let the students know so that they know what the expectations for them are. Me excited about this program is seeing our students really use different languages and not be afraid to use different languages, not be afraid to learn about other cultures and their classmates. For example, we have students here who aren't even in the program saying hello to me in Vietnamese. And so that just speaks a lot about our school culture in general and what we're building here.
So all of my work around teacher clarity has led me to create this program outline. It showcases how we introduce phonological awareness in kindergarten along with intonation, which is a really big part of Vietnamese, and progresses to fluency of conversation in the 6th grade. And within all of that, we embed cultural pieces also.
Our trilingual team has also been using the guiding principles of bilingual education to help us create that cohesion between all 3 languages. And we're going to have some videos coming up in the next slide that show some of our students in action.
El león mide 2.5 metros. El león vive en África sabana. El león come jirafas. El león tiene garras. El león vive en África. Cruz es un artista de Cuba y está ganando muchos premios. Estoy aprendiendo sobre la vida de Celia. Primero aprendí que Celia Cruz nació en La Habana, Cuba. Ella es la reina de la salsa. Ella hizo una escuela de música para los niños pobres y se cantaba una canción la nombre estaba La vida es un carnaval. Yo pone para mi pregunta, ¿por qué es Celia Cruz la reina de la salsa? Porque Celia Cruz es la reina de la salsa y vida.
Go ahead and start the video.
Kia con bướm rang, kia con bướm rang. Ooh, good job.
Chú sao hao
This part is fine.
Lũi ăn trắng nằm một quả trắng.
Good.
Chú sao nhỏ lũi ra chú ra lũi
And what at the top?
chú nhá.
Good. And then up here.
Tú hai chú ăn một quả táo.
Good.
Tớ ba chú ăn hai quả lê. Tú tư chú ăn ba quả mận.
Good.
Tớ năm chú ăn bốn quả dâu.
Good.
Tớ sáu chú ăn năm quả cam. Chú ăn tem cho đến kino.
Good. What?
Tớ bảy
Good.
chú ở trong kèn cho hai tuần. Chuối đại ra và tro tan một con bướm xinh đẹp.
Good.
So along with our languages, we also use it as multicultural and cultural building. So here's a quick video clip of that.
I'm a snake. I'm a snake. Mr. Wayne, that's what she said.
Miss Wen, tell us a little bit more about what you're celebrating here.
Really excited.
Thank you.
So what you guys just saw in that video is teaching social cultural competence, which we address in the various multicultural events as we host school-wide events.
And then we also want to take into consideration that another key component of our program is all the parent resources that we have created as a team, because this work definitely cannot be done alone. We definitely need the strong partnership within our community, and that is why we usually will share these resources with our parents. We host workshops, and then they have the QR code that Ms. Wynn has created, which allows parents to support our children at home. And then I would like to leave you guys with our parent voices. Our parents are extremely supportive of our program, and we definitely could not do it without them and all of the support. They also do volunteer almost every day at our campus and within our trilingual classes. So we would like to voice their perspective on our trilingual program.
Hi, I'm a parent at Belvedere Elementary School. My kid's in the trilingual program, and I like and appreciate the program because our children learn English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. My children are in 2nd and 3rd grade, and I love all the resources that our school has, from being able to walk into the office to talk to our admin and the teachers that are, it feels very personal, one-on-one for each grade.
Mis hijas están en el programa trilingüe. Tengo en primer grado y en 4º grado. Y en esta escuela siento muy contenta con el progreso que mis niñas hacen y lo que aprenden en el programa trilingüe en español, inglés y vietnamís. No solo han mejorado en su lenguaje, en su educación, pero también han aprendido las diferentes culturas, lo que involucra el idioma y el ser trilingüe.
Mi hijo está en el programa trilingüe y estoy muy contenta porque él está en quinto grado y estoy muy contenta de mirar todo lo que él ha aprendido en los 3 idiomas. Y me siento muy contenta al estarle ayudando en las tareas, porque yo también puedo repasar con él y puedo recordar todo lo que yo aprendí cuando iba a la escuela. Juntos le puedo ayudar en español más y juntos podemos disfrutar del aprendizaje de él. Estoy contenta y me gustan mucho los 3 idiomas y soy una madre muy feliz.
Hi, I have 2 students in the trilingual program, my 5th grader and my 2nd grader. My 5th grader has been in the trilingual program since he was in 1st grade. Prior to that, he was in just the dual program. And then my 3rd grader has been doing it since he was in kinder. And what I love about the program is we don't speak Spanish or Vietnamese at home, but they have picked up so much and learned so much, and they love all the time they get to spend learning these different languages and about the cultures.
So that does conclude our presentation. Again, one of the things that we wanted to showcase is that our team has definitely worked very hard this year in making sure that we build a sustainable program, which we will continue working in the years to come, and especially with the support of our parents, because they do ask that we continue the Vietnamese. So that is one of the areas we will continue to explore, so that hopefully we could get an additional Vietnamese support teacher to help us in the upper grades.
Well, thank you, Principal Rios, to you and your team. Wonderful presentation and outstanding program. I see we have a couple lights up here, so I'm going to now go to my left to Board Member Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you so much. I started the beginning of my career at Arrowhead Elementary, where it was the Hilt School, and we had Vietnamese and Cambodian languages primarily. So I was like so excited by this. But I do have a question. Are these students going to be able to matriculate into middle school and high school? Do you know? Are we going to be able to keep that program going? Is there something for our kids that are moving on at their middle school? Or
So I know that within our dual program in Spanish as a second language, they do have a couple of options. Arrowview being one of them. I know that there has been conversation. Mrs. Applegate was very involved in the development of our program prior to me getting to Belvedere, and there has been conversation in extending the program to the middle schools, maybe to our feeder school, which is Serrano, which a lot of our parents want to send their kids to. And so as far as I know, we do have the conversations going, but that's work that we would have to continue.
I really think that would be fabulous for our kids to be able to actually graduate, not with the seal of biliteracy, but a seal of triliteracy. So I'm hoping that we can get that moving.
And there are plans. I know that Arrowview has been engaged in a planning year. I'm sorry, Serrano has been engaged in a planning year, so they are aware, and COVID hit. Mm-hmm. So we do have a blueprint, and we'll be moving forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. Mr. Zaz Medina?
I'm just extremely excited to see this, and the fact that, this is an ideal model that we want to implement if we can, and I know every site has the different great things going on, but this is a great example because you're teaching, and I wrote this down, multicultural competence at the same time, and it's an understanding, and I know that sometimes we're put in circumstances that are not necessarily people friendly, and then how do we make sure that we build, and I think it was where you had the tree with the hearts, and it was build or you're growing the minds and hearts at the same time. And I know some individuals may feel, well, no, just work on the mind, but we need to do both, and I am so proud that we are moving in that direction through Belvedere, and of course the middle schools that are going to be pushing this hopefully soon, and how we can support other school sites that also want to move in this direction. And I know San Bernardino High School was a Pacific that had Arabic in high school. What about other high schools that maybe want to do other languages, or elementary, middle school, or so forth as well, and how we can support them. But thank you, Ms. Applegate, for moving this as well, because I know COVID hit, but we definitely want to support you in this.
And if I might add, Board, because of your progressive thought, you really pushed for the middle school foreign language. So as you know, we had one middle school that had foreign language probably 4 years ago. Now every single middle school in San Bernardino has foreign language. So thank you to you and your vision.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you. All right. Excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. A couple of questions. How many students are actually in the program to speak the 3 different languages?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How many students participate in the program to learn the 3 different languages?
So we have, beginning in kindergarten, we have 2 classes. We have 25 students in each, so that's 100 students from kinder through 3rd grade. And then we have currently, so that's about, I'm gonna be put on the spot, about 300 students altogether. We do go from kinder through 6th grade, and then in the upper grades, we average about 1.5 classrooms per each trilingual grade.
And how many of the teachers and staff speak Vietnamese?
Ms. Nguyen, we've been practicing with the students when we go visit her classroom, but it is hard to learn. But currently, it's only Ms. Nguyen who speaks Vietnamese.
Just concerned about capacity, and if she gets sick, or I just have a concern about that. I think we should have some redundancy and maybe at least hire another teacher to ensure that we have the backup. You know what I mean? If the program is that large.
One of the things that the multilingual has been very supportive about is we currently were able to hire a Vietnamese intern. So he just started this month with us. And so he is able to support Ms. Nguyen. And he is from San Bernardino too. So I know that the multilingual and us, we work very closely together, but that is a problem that we do have in terms of building the capacity of a Vietnamese teacher. Even when we were looking for Ms. Nguyen, it took us a few years during COVID. So that's something that we've also been in contact with I know we did Cal State Fullerton, because they do have their language department, so that we can see if we could recruit and eventually continue to build our program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Mary Ellen Grande.
Thank you again, too. I'm so very excited and proud of us, and for you, of course. I have a question. I just wondered if we've explored any software programs that could assist learning in the classroom. I know I have seen such software myself at the Neurodiversity and Inclusion, the certificate conclusion, where they had actually, they had a software program that came from Microsoft that we actually already have. And I don't remember what it was called. I can find out. But when the teacher was lecturing, the students were able to see it in their language, in their native language, and then they could hear it on their, they could hear the English and they could read it, and the teacher was speaking at the same time. So I just wondered if we've gone into any of that kind of area.
Not yet. This was a year for us to really rebuild our program coming back from COVID, but technology is one of the many things that Mrs. Nguyen does incorporate, so that would be something that we would have to explore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Ms. Ceballos.
So first of all, congratulations. I'm super, super excited to see this because, and I have a couple questions, but I'm really excited because we have such a diverse student population. We have such a diverse community as well. And it's really nice to see, kind of going out and expanding in some of these areas. So I'm just really excited. The question that I have, I heard you say that this has been a year to rebuild for you. So initially I was going to ask you, how did this kind of come about? When did this start, this project, and how did you go about selecting like the language? Because I know I heard like Arabic in a different high school. I know Spanish, Vietnamese. Was it something that kind of came from like the parents? Was it something that, I'm just out of curiosity?
Okay, so I will have Mrs. Applegate, who was involved with the process, help me answer that question.
Thank you. So initially, probably about 4 to 5 years ago, Belvedere has always been a stellar dual immersion program, English-Spanish, high test scores. I mean, just knocking it out of the park. The community started to talk about having another language. When we discussed, we considered Arabic, we considered other languages, but the community there at Belvedere is very highly Vietnamese. And so we realized quickly that that was a great need that they had. We were hearing stories of kids going to the doctor and having to translate. And so we thought that would be, as a matter of fact, we started talking about Mandarin, I think, at first. But they were like, in this community, we want Vietnamese. So we listened to the community. And basically, the biggest challenge, I think it took us a little while because we had to find a Vietnamese teacher. So we went out to Fullerton. We went out to many different cities to try to find people who were fluent in Vietnamese. And we did find a fantastic teacher. Unfortunately, she left. I think she had a family or she moved. And so we were so lucky to find you now. Thank you so much. But we do want to grow the program. There is a challenge, though, in finding teachers in general, as you know, let alone fluent in Vietnamese. But it's been a very successful program. And we did have a license for Rosetta Stone district-wide, even for you board members, if you want to log on. So we'll make sure that you get the information. We had to renew that after COVID. So we try to support as much as we can, but it is challenging. And I know that our principal that was there at the time that started the program, Ms. Pearson, now is with Dr. Rodriguez, but the program remains strong and we're very thankful and we will continue to support.
Well, thank you for that response. And I'm really glad that, the community spoke and we were responsive to what the need was, because I would agree. I would like to see maybe it expand in other schools. And, like Ms. Medina said, it might not be Vietnamese at a different school. It might be a different language. It might continue to be Spanish. It might be, American Sign Language, which I'm a huge, supporter of. But thank you. I agree with Mr. Tillman as well. As just you continue to build that capacity at that school with that specific language, I would like to see it grow and expand as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Alexander.
I'd like to applaud you all for your program. Being able to teach multi-languages is not easy, and I know that Vietnamese is very complicated. I was very impressed with the students that you were recording, and not only were they speaking the language, they were actually using kind of like the intonation. So that's impressive right there. I have a question though regarding students. Have you had students that have graduated already and gone on to middle school that were part of the program?
So we, some of the students, when I got there a few years back, we were only servicing our students up to 3rd grade, and then COVID hit. And so this year, now that we have our kids going up to 4th and 5th grade, that will be our first cohort that will be graduating next year. And so not yet, but our hope is definitely to continue to grow them. And I know Mrs. Wynn's passion is to eventually be able to have them maybe offer it as a 3rd language in the high school, so that that's something that our students then can continue to explore as they move through higher ed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. And again, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I think you can hear from the board that we're super excited about the program, and also that we need some assistance and support for you guys to keep this going. And as Mr. Vice President Tillman said, have capacity. So very excited. Thank you again. Great presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Rodriguez, you want to introduce our next program?
I'd love to. So we have so many wonderful things happening at all of our schools, but today we are going to also showcase Shandon Hills Middle School. So the principal, Victoria Flores, and her team are coming down. Again, we're very excited to be able to showcase many of our schools. And at this point in time, I will pass it over to Victoria, our principal, Victoria Flores.
Good evening. Superintendent Arellano, nice to meet you. We will have breakfast on Friday and get to know each other a little better. Cabinet members and board members, thank you. Thank you for being here. First and foremost, my name is Victoria Flores. I'm the proud principal of Shandon Hills, and I'm going to take a moment to introduce my team behind me. So this is Miss Yasel Reyna, our vice principal. Austin Rodriguez, our other vice principal. Jenny Trent, our liaison for CAPS, and Cynthia Carrasco. She's a little bit of everything, but she's one of our teachers for CAPS. So first and foremost, I'm going to be the only one speaking most of the time, but I want you to know that we can't do it. We as an administrative team can't do it alone. This really is a team effort of what we're going to show you, and we are super, super excited. So before I get started, I really want to give kudos to Miss Jenny Trent. She is our liaison, AKA the principal for CAPS, and we can't do this without her. So I really just want to take a moment to to give her a round of applause because she works really hard. I get emails all hours of the night and texts because she's very, very concerned about the program. So thank you. I want to give a big kudos to Belvedere. You guys did an amazing job. I don't know where they're at. I felt like, well, we got to go after these little kids speaking in Vietnamese. Okay, we're going to do our very best. And I know that Ann Pearson was at Belvedere, but I'm so glad that she's with CAPS now, the Extended Learning Program, because I think she has a lot to say for the success that we're going to share this evening. So what we want to share with you guys is the Extended Learning Program that we offer at Shandon Hills. Our motto at Shandon Hills is to empower the spirit of each child. And that small little motto took almost a year to come up with several years ago when we created this model, because we talked about what the importance of empowering a student was. What did it mean, right? As an institution of education, we think we're just here to educate kids, reading, writing, English and math and social studies and all that good stuff. But there's so much more that we at the middle school, especially at the middle school, you know how they are when they're in middle school. Something happens to them and we just get all of them. So we want to empower them emotionally, psychologically. We want to love up on them. We want them to know that when they walk in the door, they're loved. First and foremost, they're loved. So by empowering them, we're letting them know that they're capable of doing anything they set their mind out to. So when we talked about the extended learning and what we wanted to do with it, first and foremost, we wanted to use that to continue to empower the spirit of each child. So we have a variety. We have a little video that I want you to think about this video when you watch it. This video was created and made and conceived by 11, 12, and 13-year-olds. Okay, so I don't know any producer, this popular producers, but the people that made Star Wars. We may have one of those at Shandon Hills, right? Lucas or something like that. We may have those, right? You may not see that right now in the 4 to 5 minutes that you're going to watch, but rest assured, those amazing producers probably didn't have this opportunity when they were 11, 12, and 13. You know why? Because we didn't have ELOP. They didn't have those extended programs back in the 70s and 80s. So can you imagine what our kids are going to be capable of doing because of these extended learning programs? So before we watch the video, because after the video, if you have questions, we'll respond, but we'll pretty much be done. I want to bring up Ms. Carrasco. She leads and facilitates these kids in this mixed media club. So it's a little bit of everything. So I'm going to give her an opportunity kind of just to let you know what it is that these kids are doing during this time.
All right, thank you, boss. Hello, everybody. So just the Cliff Notes version of what I do is I make sure that I bring my students on board. I let them do what we call an idea dump. They put it all on the whiteboard, and then they talk amongst themselves to see what is actually going to go ahead and succeed for them and what is not. So speaking about this video, we were waiting for clubs to get all of their equipment and everything ready to go, which, by the way, thank you for facilitating that. And in reality, they had to take some grown-up skills, if you ask me, because they had to arrange their calendar with the teachers' calendars because they're also doing other activities such as sports, Avid, and so forth. So without further ado, that was just the Cliff Notes version, and enjoy the video.
So the video is going to show the different clubs that we offer.
What I'm looking forward to at the end of the year is going to summer school and learning, getting my grades up more, and doing field trips because I love field trips. And yeah.
It let me explore more into sewing than I used to know about. Like, I'm currently finishing my bag. It let me explore more into sewing instead of just hand sewing that I do at home. It let me explore more into cooking with the cooking club. And it lets me enjoy my hobbies. It's pretty enjoyable. With the cooking club, it's a chef, and with this, it's going to be a seamstress.
Oh, I'm making a dress right now.
A dress?
Yeah.
That's cool. Did you design everything from top to bottom?
Yeah, but we always find a reference to use.
Okay.
From like the magazine she has.
So college and career within CAPS empowers our students not only through their spirit but through our avid mission by making sure all of us are prepared for college and career readiness. So these students right here are showing that they want to do something with their lives. They want to go places and they want to succeed.
Go ahead and apply academics over into the club because kids are focused a lot over on precision. So this leads back over into the math standards or mathematical practices, and it helps students just be they're very careful. So they have lots of little tools that they're working with, and it's a very small area that they're working with. As they're going ahead and working, they have to be very careful and precise. Then that leads over, one, with the math standards, but two, over in any other academic areas, they got to be focused in on the little details and being really careful with how they're doing it. And
What I'm looking forward to at the end of the year is getting my grades up, doing better in school, not getting in as much trouble. Just understanding math more and understanding the other subjects and probably getting into college. So working on getting my grades up and getting to admin and stuff. That's what I'm looking forward to at the end of the year.
I could do braiding hair as a business. And then there's fashion. Fashion is fun. You can make clothes. And then there's building. I forgot what it's called. But there you just learn how to build blocks and stuff. And then I can't think of no other. Dancing. Just learn how to dance. And that's all I can think of.
This club has helped me with math because you need to know how much product you're using on your client's hands and how much it costs. Oh, and how much you are gonna charge. The services that I have learned from the braiding club is slicking hair and braiding. To start this business, you're gonna need products, clientele, a place that's safe for your clients to go to, and yeah. To build your clientele, you need to have your friends and family recommend people that they know, and you need a lot of support.
So, can I?
Had to pay attention. Ms. Ceballos was first, so go ahead, Ms. Ceballos.
Well, Mr. Tillman just turned it on, so I said,
All right,
I'll
good
go.
job.
First of all, I want to say, wow. Oh my goodness. I was really excited to look at it. I really like the energy, first of all, of the team up here. You know, you look very enthusiastic about, the work that you are putting into the school, and it's noticeable. I noticed it. But I had a question. That jumper area, rock climbing area, do you actually have that at school?
Absolutely not. But not yet. It was a field trip. It was a field trip that we went on.
Got it. I was going to say, what? How? When? But overall, I want to say, I'm very impressed because you are hitting it on the head. You're hitting the nail on the head. You know, especially at this age, we need to really engage students and we need to really captivate them with what they like to do. And that's going to transfer into the academic portion, you know that. And so I'm really happy to be able to see this. I'm able to see students actually having fun and doing what they enjoy to do, painting nails at that age. You know, you're incorporating also, you know, cultural aspects of this, braiding hair, you know, these different things, seeing a male student actually sewing as well, you know, breaking some of those stigmas. So just overall, I'm really happy to see this. Thank you so much for coming and presenting this before us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Alexander.
An amazing program. I agree with my colleague. It's absolutely comprehensive. What is the mindset behind what you selected? Because I saw it across the board. You had culinary, you had anime, you had the running group, the hair in terms of the braiding. What was the mindset?
So originally, when we first started, I needed to get teachers on board. So what I asked the teachers was, what do you like to do? What is your hobby? Because I wanted teachers to share something that they had that they were passionate of. So originally we started with, what is it that teachers like? So that they could advertise and get people in. But then we started hearing what kids liked, right? First, we actually had to engage the adults. Come on, we need to do this. So, and that actually wasn't very hard at all. But then like the braiding came later. That came later because apparently that's what we heard the kids wanted, right? So it started with the adults, what were they willing to do and what were their passions? But then we started to hear what the kids wanted to do.
That's good. I mean, it's inspirational for the kids because if the educators are passionate about it, they can connect. So I applaud you for that. And I guess my other question is, are all the students taking advantage of the different programs?
Well, we have about 750, not all. I'm not even sure we can hold that many, but we take them as they come. So it's not like you have to start April 1st or you don't come in. We welcome them whenever they choose to come and are signed up for our program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat everything Ms. Ceballos said, but I 100% agree. So just start that those are my comments before my question. How many clubs are there? I was trying to keep track, but I lost. How many clubs are there?
16. 16.
And then some meet once a week, some meet twice a week, but there's clubs every day.
Absolutely.
And then how many can the students choose to participate in?
So if there's some that meet on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, they can go to that one. But if there's another one that meets on Wednesday, then they can go to that one. So as many they can fit in their CAPS program, because kids can stay there from 2:15 till 6 o'clock.
And then that was my next question. They have to be in CAPS to participate.
Absolutely.
They have to be enrolled in CAPS. And then my last question, I know some ended at like 4:30 and some ended at 6. Someone like 2 to 6 or 2:30 to 6. Someone. So what do they do if it ends at 4:30? Then they just kind of go to the regular CAPS program?
Yes, they all still have to do like the tutoring in the morning, which we didn't share there, but we still do the tutoring and we do the Imagine Learning and we work on our students' reading ability for the first hour, and then they move on to the classes and the clubs that they choose. And if they stay till after 4:30, then they go in, they're still in CAPS, and then they go into whatever other program is offered at that time.
Can they go to, if they liked something like on Friday and let's say it ended at, they're in a 4:31, could they go to the other one till 6? Or
yes.
Do they have to, okay, so I can't just hop on. Okay, thank you. It's just awesome. I really enjoyed it. I want to come.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky.
Right now, the biggest issue we have is kids picking between the fashion and the braiding. So the teachers have been really great about like, you know what, I'm going to switch one day just so that kids don't feel like they're missing out on something. So that speaks to the way the teachers want to make sure that we keep as many kids in the braiding club and the fashion. We're all waiting for our outfits. If you want to get your nails done, please come on Wednesday. They're all ready to go.
Our goal is next year to have a fashion show. That's our plan for next year, at the end of the year, to have a fashion show. We're excited about that.
All right, thanks, Ms. Chahusky. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Definitely, this is, I do agree with my colleagues as well. This reminds me, University of Stanford University offered the Splash program, and I would take my children, and it was a free program, and they did exactly what you're providing. They had origami class, they had different types of interests, and what they realize that as long as you engage students, I think that's the whole point, and especially at a middle years, and then of course in the earlier high schools, because the Splash program was for middle school and high school students. But for a high level university to think of a concept of how do you engage students at a younger age, and that's through activities that they love and they want to learn more about, and what you're doing is exactly the way to go. And so I do applaud you in providing these different clubs activities and making accommodations so that way more students are able to participate in 2 of the classes that they really are interested in. I do have a question. The sewing machine was a little slow, so I wasn't sure, maybe safety wise, or yeah, it is okay. Yeah, I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. I'm glad you asked that question. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much for your presentation. A couple of questions. How many students participate in the CAPS program?
We have up to 140 students.
How many employees do we have working in the CAPS program?
Great question.
Depends on the day of the week. So we're really heavy on Wednesday and Friday, but we could pretty much have like 8.
And then to my finance people, how much this program is paid for out of the ESSER money?
So I can answer that question, not finance. I'm definitely not the finance person, but the CAPS person. So all of the funding for our after-school programs is coming out of ELOP funds. ELOP is our extended learning grant. All of our CAPS
That's
funding.
continuing, has nothing to do with ESSER.
Correct, has nothing to do with that.
All right, so we have no problem funding this once the additional funds are gone.
Correct, it's its own budget.
That is correct,
Okay.
because this is not ESSER, this is 100% funded by the ELOP.
Great, so it's long-term. That's
Yes.
good to know.
It's ongoing.
All right, thank you very much.
But if the money runs out, we're going to come looking for you, sir.
Okay, I'll be there.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Grande.
Yes, I just had one question. You're marvelous. It's amazing, and I just want curious to hear how did you decide what classes that you would offer the children?
Originally, the teachers made the first few decisions because we needed to get the teachers on board. So they chose their passion, and then we began to advertise, do our daily bulletin. And then once we started hearing, once we got going, the kids are like, I want this, I want this. So then teachers would pop up and say, I can do that, I can do that. And so it's living, right? We're just moving with it, with the momentum as it comes. We're definitely not fixed mindset there.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Grande. Okay, and then for me, I think my colleagues have said most of it, but probably Ms. Rosales Medina really hit it on the head for me, and that was increasing student engagement, right? We know coming out of COVID-19, there were some very big challenges that we had, especially with absenteeism. So I love the diversity of programs that you have, and definitely that they are what kids want as well. It's great that we have staff that could teach it, because we know if we increase student engagement, it increases attendance, we increase attendance, increases student achievement.
Absolutely.
So keep up
I
the
think
count.
what's one of the highlights for the teachers is that they see the kids in a different light, right? They're not sitting in that desk. We have 90-minute periods. They're not sitting in that desk, sitting and listening to something particularly that the kids aren't interested in, whether it's ELA, math, social studies, or science. The kids are actually there engaged, enjoying, choosing to be there. They're volunteers, right? They're not what do we call it? They're not hostages. They're volunteer. They're there, and it's evident they're excited to be there. Yeah, thank you.
No, I would agree absolutely. And we used to talk about the 4 C's back in the day, but the one thing I saw a lot with the kids out of those C's was creativity.
Yes.
Right. Yes. So them expressing themselves as well.
And students are really taking ownership of what they are creating. So, I mean, I know that they're engaged in my class for those 90 minutes, but they're also additionally engaged in CAPS as well. And then I know that it's a side note, but I just want to let you know that I'm a product of Belvedere when it comes to the bilingual program. So I can't imagine when they're having the quadringual.
Great job again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Rodriguez, let's bring it home, huh?
I get
Oh,
it.
Dr. Funches, excuse me.
As the supervisor and evaluator of Indian Springs High School, I have the honor of introducing our scholars from Indian Springs High School, our administrators and educators who do such a wonderful job with their career pathways. And what you're going to hear tonight are the opportunities that our scholars have to not only be educated in our district, but have excellent opportunities post-graduation for employment, college, career activities. Take it away, Ms. Spikendova.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Mr. Tillman, Mr. Ariano, Cabinet and board members. I'm Kristen Bakadova, the principal at Indian Springs High School, and it is truly with great pleasure and honor that we're allowed to showcase our great programs at Indian Springs. As a educator of our district for over 28 years, as a graduate of San G, I truly believe what Ms. Chahusky said is it takes a village, we brought a village. It takes a village to do the work that we do. And I believe in building leaders and those that we serve. And tonight you're going to hear from those leaders, our scholar leaders, our teacher leaders. And I want to thank those people that are here. I want to thank them for coming to talk about our CTE pathways that have been developed at Indian Springs. I want to thank my admin team, Mr. Salmon, Miss Palomino, and Mr. Rosario. I also want to thank Kim Laurie, our Link Learning Program Specialist, soon to be at the district office. We're sad to lose her, but she did get a promotion, for her ongoing dedication to developing our pathways. I would also like to thank our fabulous CTE teachers, 3 of them who are here tonight. And so I would like to introduce Rebecca Bauman, Helen Gonzalez, and Michael Verrett, and also our machining technical assistant, Matthew Marshall. So please welcome them.
Good evening, everyone. So I guess I'm first. My name is Helen Gonzalez, and I am one of the Health Academy teachers. I have been in Indian Springs since 2012, so I have stories for you, really good stories for you. I'd like to present to you, I brought gifts, our first aid gifts. Can you? For our superintendent and our board members. We did a little student assessment, and I just want you to see what we assessed as what the students ask for all of the time. And the brain represents knowledge, just FYI. Okay.
Good evening, Cabinet and Board. My name is Rebecca Bauman, and I also am a product of the SBCUSD from elementary school to middle school to high school, and also graduate from Cal State San Bernardino. And I would like to introduce my student, Taharka Islam. He's gonna... I'm sorry, I introduced the wrong student. He's going to come up right now and talk to you.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Ariano, Board President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, board members, and cabinet. My name is Hinzi Yang, and I'm a junior in technical theater. It's my 3rd year. So tonight I'll be sharing information on our dual enrollment program for the 2023 and 2024 school year. Currently, 80 students have completed at least one dual enrollment college class. For spring semester, there are 89 students currently taking dual enrollment courses at San Bernardino Valley College on overdrive and getting jumped ahead of the pack. We have 61 students taking summer courses at Valley College, and our college and career teacher, Mr. Joe Kelly, has done an excellent job at getting the word out to our coyotes. And for the fall semester 2023, we currently have 258 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students signed up for various fall dual enrollment courses at San Bernardino Valley College. Our next topic is going to be graduation rate. from Tarka.
Hello, my name is Tarek Islam. I'm a sophomore and in my first year of digital design pathway here at Indian Springs. Tonight, I will be telling you information about our graduation rates here at Indian Springs. In 2022, Indian Springs has had a site-wide graduation rate of 91.9%. Our African American students has actually exceeded that as they have had a 94.6 graduation rate in the year 2022. Indian Springs has had an increased 3% graduation rate for our English learning students in the year 2021 to the year 2022. And also, we have also had a 13% increase from our special education students from the year 2021 to the year 2022. Thank you for your time, and I will be introducing our FAFSA application submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, TK. Good evening. My name is Jonathan Moten, and I am a sophomore in my second year of the patient care pathway at Indian Springs High School. Tonight, I would like to share some information about the Indian Springs FAFSA application submissions with you. As a new state graduation requirement, all of our 12th grade students are required to complete their FAFSA application prior to graduation. 94% of our current Indian Springs seniors have completed their applications. Thank you for your time and attention. The next piece I would like to share is a simulated work-based learning.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fernanda, and I'm a senior completing the third year in patient care pathway. Tonight, I would like to share some exciting information about the simulated work-based learning experience hours that our pathway students have earned with you. All first through third year pathway students participated in 18,565 combined hours of simulated work-based learning experiences between all 6 of the pathways offered at Indian Springs during the fall semester. We're currently entering and adding all of the Springs semester hours into Aries. The ability for our students to experience the real world, industry-level experience is key to them to being ready to walk into a good paying career than when we graduate from high school. We're going to continue the amazing opportunities our students participate in with their internships. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernanda. Good evening. My name is Janila Gordon, and I am a junior completing my third year in the Health Academy at Indian Springs High School. Tonight, I would like to share some exciting information to you about Indian Springs and our CTE pathways hours that students will participate with you. During the fall semester at Indian Springs CTE pathways, students have voluntarily participated in 3,074 internships between the 6 pathways. Those internships ranges from caring from athletes at sporting events to working with an amputated patient from Loma Linda University, creating a 3D foot, as well as a 40-hour leadership class of extending on the CNC machinings at technical employment. Thank you for having the insight of the open doors for all real world and experience for us. Truly makes a difference in our future, as we wouldn't have networking opportunities without them. And all knowing getting our foot in the door with employers is the first step to our success. Employment world. Thank you.
Thanks, Janila. Hello and good evening. My name is Litsi Marina Alvarado, and I am a junior in the first year of Machining Academy at Indian Springs.
And I'm Giselle Gomez, and I am a junior finishing the second year in the Machining Academy at Indian Springs. This evening, we would like to tell you about a few of the industry recognized certifications that are earned by the students at Indian Springs and give you a little insight of to what is coming for the future of our pathway students.
Currently, second and third year Machining Academy students have the opportunity to prepare for and take the NIMS, National Institute of Metalworking Skills Exam in Measurement and Safety. It is a nationally recognized lifetime certification. New to our academy and the technical theater pathway this year, our second and third year students all took the OSHA 10-hour certification course and exam for general industry, which is also a lifetime certification.
Our counterparts in the Health Academy and Technical Theater pathways have some amazing opportunities as well. All second and third year students in the Health Academy are trained and certified in CPR, First Aid, and AED through the Red Cross. Our first responders and sports medicine students take the FEMA courses and exams and earn certifications for the Introduction to Incident Command Center as well as Active Shooter.
The students in the sport medicine side of our health academy also take courses and exams through the National Federation of High School Sports, NFHS, that earn them certificates of completion in injury prevention, heat-related illness, Title IX, sudden cardiac arrest, concussion in sports, performance-enhancing drugs, and sports nutrition. Not to be left out of the NFHS is technical theater in their second-year pathway students take a course and exam that earns them a certificate of completion in theater safety.
Now we'd like to introduce you to our next speaker. We will share a little bit about her personal experience and her pathway journey.
Thank you, Litzy and Giselle. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aileen Zarate Miranda, and I am a senior. I am a completer of the healthcare patient care pathway. So I had the privilege to join this pathway as a freshman because I knew that the healthcare sparked my interest. I just wasn't know how what exactly I wanted to pursue. So this pathway helped me build my skill sets and knowledge about the medical field as a whole. Now I am CPR certified as well as FEMA certified. I was given several opportunities to expand my networking and hands-on work. I enjoyed the pathway classes so much that I decided I wanted to become a physician's assistant and serve in the NICU. I just committed to the University of San Diego, where I will be majoring in public health and apply to PA school after obtaining my undergraduate degree. Thank you for allowing me to briefly share a little bit about myself, my experiences, and goals. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker, James Jackson.
Thank you, Eileen. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Jackson. I'm a junior finishing my second year in the Machining Academy at Indian Springs. I joined this pathway to be able to walk into a career in my near future. Thanks to this pathway, I've been able to learn basic machining as well as obtain my OSHA 10 certification. Next year, I will be taking my NIMS certification exam. I'd also like to share some of the highlights of our pathways with the school board in cabinet. This evening, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the glimpse into our pathways at Indian Springs, where magic happens and careers begin.
So this is a milling machine. It has 3 axes. It has the X-axis, the Y-axis, and the Z-axis. This is a hand machine, so it's hand cranked. And this is how we turn it on. And to change the spindle, we have to hold down the brake, which is right here.
Okay, so the lathe, this part spins really fast, and that's how you push in your cutting tool, and that's how you cut metal. Turn this on, twist this to turn it on, and push this down. With this, you can move your tool, cutting tool up and forward, backwards. This is my outside, and then that's pretty much it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Melody Sarate, and I am a senior completing my third year in the sports medicine pathway at Indian Springs High School. As we all know, the end of the school year is approaching very quickly, and there's a lot of culminating events happening throughout the district. We have added them all into the presentation, which you have access to, but to be mindful of our time together this evening, I would like to highlight a couple from each of the high schools. At Cajon High School, May 24th is their regalia and scholarship ceremony at 6 p.m. in the Cajon Gymnasium. And June 2nd is their graduation at Glen Helen at 10 a.m. At Indian Springs High School, May 18th is our senior awards at the Coyote Theater. And June 1st is our graduation at ISH's football stadium at 6 p.m. At the Inland Career Education Center, May 22nd at 11 a.m. is our high school and GED graduation at the California Theater. May 23rd at 11 a.m. is the barber graduation at John's Barber Supply in Moreno Valley. Middle College High School is their senior crossing scholarship and awards is May 18th, and their graduation is May 25th. At San Andreas High School, May 10th is their career club graduation lay making, and June 1st is their graduation at California Theater of Performing Arts. San Bernardino High School, May 11th is their annual Cardinal City Awards. May 25th is their scholarship ceremony, and June 1st is their graduation ceremony at San Bernardino Valley College football field at 2 p.m. San Gorgonio High School, May 17th is their 39th annual academic awards. May 30th is their senior celebration. June 1st is their senior breakfast, panorama picture, and graduation ceremony. Sierra High School, May 3rd is their Safe Routes to School event from 11 to 1, and May 22nd is their graduation. And Pacific High School, May 18th is their senior awards ceremony, in their gym at 5 p.m. and June 1st is their graduation at San Bernardino Valley College Football Stadium at 6 p.m. Thank you.
So I would like to very much thank all of the students and their families who came and got up here, and they were more brave than I think the adults were with. So I want to thank them very much. So thank you, students, for being here. And I would also like to thank Miss Lori.
Well, wonderful presentation. It looks like Vice President Tillman here has a question for you.
No, I didn't catch you said her name, but they were clapping.
Her name is Kim Lori. She's our Linked Learning Program Specialist.
Great. I mean, just a fabulous presentation. The students, the poise and the job you did in delivery was amazing. Do they have a communication coach or somebody that? Okay.
We brought them in today, and we practiced and prepared, and they did better than us. I'm telling you, they did a great job.
You did a great job. And, you know, public speaking and communication is not easy. All of you did a good job. And make sure you list that as a skill when you're doing your resume and applying for jobs and going into colleges, because all you guys have that gift. And everybody can't do it. And the way you guys presented today was just amazing. So let's give them a round of applause for that. You know, it's great to see these pathways come alive. And I want to give some credit to a past board member, Mike Gallo. He was huge on the CTE, the machine stuff, even the nursing stuff. And of course, it was the school site that bought into it. So you all do the work and have done the work to build it to where it is right now. But Mike was very enthusiastic and unapologetically forceful in insisting that we brought this to our district. So I want to give him credit for that. And he'd be proud of all of you, because what we wanted to happen is happening. You can see that the benefit is because you guys see the work, the real work, and not just classwork, it makes it easier, right, to go to school, to go to class, because you see what it's for. I wish I had those type of classes when I was in school. The closest thing I had was drafting and auto shop. And those were the things I excelled in, because I love to be able to do actual work instead of just pretend stuff. I always thought schoolwork was pretend, so I never got excited about it. But the real stuff, so you're going to all benefit from it. I hear you right now, someone said they're going to be a physician assistant. I mean, just to know the terminology is just amazing. And that you want to do it, it will happen. You might even decide to go ahead and be a doctor, right? You're very close when you're a physician assistant. But again, thank you for the presentation. And it's just wonderful to hear what you're doing. You know, so often in San Bernardino, no one would imagine that these type of things are happening. You all know the stereotypes. So it's just good to have these presentations so that we show the city, the county, and our country the potential we have and the just excellent students that exist here in San Bernardino and particularly Indian Springs. Thank you, Ms. Blackendova.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Alexander.
Very impressive program. I had the opportunity to learn about at least one of your Link Learning programs last week, and I heard the student mention certifications. So do all of the Link Learning programs have certifications that the students are able to receive, or was it just for that one particular
I'm going to
pathway?
defer to Ms. Lori. She can give you the specific names of all of them.
Good evening, board. 4 of our 6 pathways currently have industry certifications. Our 5th pathway next year that we'll be adding Adobe InDesign and Photoshop is digital design. And we are working towards marketing because we need to figure out which ones best fit that industry, based on our industry partners' recommendations.
That's awesome. That's extremely critical because not only are they receiving practical knowledge and on-hands knowledge, but even preparing them for the next step. The very fact that this young lady knew that she wanted to be a physician assistant, it's not easy to get there. So I applaud you for your program and the exposure that the students are having, and also your partnerships. Do all of your pathways have the same type of partnerships like the mechanical one? Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Mrs. Medina.
I just wanted to say congratulations to the site, but also to the students, because as Mr. Tillman mentioned, it's not easy to come and speak. I know I still get nervous, and I feel like I don't make any sense. But the fact that you all were very articulate, and that is definitely a skill that not everyone has. And so I just wanted to commend all of you for explaining the programs that are at Indian Springs High School so eloquently. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Jahusky?
Thank you. I want to echo, you guys did a fabulous job. It isn't, trust me, even being up here, it isn't easy to do public speaking. So I really honor you for your work tonight in presenting to us. And you were very clear and explained your programs very well. And also your graduation rate and your FAFSA rate, that's great that everybody's doing it. And I'm glad that there's also some students that are choosing to go into the military as well, which is also an honorable profession. I was wondering about, because you have the health pathways, and I know within the San Bernardino Community Colleges that Crafton does most of the medical, the EMT, firefighting, all those kinds of things. I know you're doing dual enrollment with Valley, but have you had any matriculation or conversations with Crafton in terms of that?
Yes, ma'am, we do. We have our first responder class is articulated with Valley College's medical terminology class as well.
And then are these guys able to like just then go into either their EMT or into the CNA certification or anything? Because I know there's like some specific like smaller ones, but I know that it seems like a lot of that might translate into a job out of school.
They do. The only thing that we are not currently capable of doing with our CNA program is the licensing and the clinicals.
Okay.
So what the kids learn in their full year is the CNA program, and they go a little bit above and beyond that. I actually have a phone call on Thursday with a lady from Beaumont who provides the CNA licensing and training. But we're also going to talk about our budgets because it's about $1,200 a student for them to go through that program. So we're looking at our grant budgets and how we're going to allocate those funds next year for our seniors who can go through that. And then they can walk out the door with their diploma and a CNA license.
That's very exciting. My best friend went to school in Ohio, and she walked out with her license into her career from her high school. And I think that's, she's been doing it now for a long time. So I'm really excited to see that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And again, kudos.
Ms. Jahusky, we are beginning articulation classes with Crafton this year.
Thank you, Ms. Jahusky. Ms. Marion Grande?
Thank you again. Oh, from the bottom of my heart, I think that's the best one I've seen this year. And every single factor, the presentation, the students' words, and the presentation up there. I just wish you're going into marketing that you would put this on a YouTube and give us something to share when people are saying, "What do you do there all day?" That was me. All right, I said it. That's my thought. And then the other two, it's like they get a lifetime OSHA certification. Now, does that open a pathway to work with like the SoCal gas company, electric companies, utility companies when they leave here for a job entry level?
It offers them the opportunity to go in with that certification, so it makes them appear more employable for someone
That's
going up
huge.
against someone coming off the street.
That is huge. My husband just retiring after 50 years, so I know all about that kind of stuff. And the last one is we mentioned the technical theater, and I just want to throw it out to you. Have you been in contact with Garner Holt or the California Theater, or any of the local theaters? Backstage productions, that kind of thing. Is that in the air? No?
We have worked with Garner Holt along the way. They're also one of our machining pathway industry partners. And there is a new production company going out in Banning that we're in close contact with as well that will offer our students internships as well.
Excellent. You're on point. So I'm telling you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Ms. Ceballos?
So again, I just want to congratulate the students. As you've heard, public speaking is not an easy thing to do. We still sometimes stumble upon our words, and we get nervous, and it's okay, right? So kudos, congratulations. Thank you for coming up and sharing. We like to hear directly from you guys. I did have a couple questions. Again, congratulations to you guys as well. Thank you for also coming out here and kind of showcasing what's going on over at your campus. I did want to congratulate you on your 94% African American graduation rate. That's really impressive. I did also, yes, please. I did also want to ask, I did see your 3% and 13%, 3% increase for your EL students and your 13% for your special education students as well, your graduation rate. But I didn't have, I saw the increase, so congratulations on the increase. What was the actual graduation rates for them, for those student populations?
Both of them are sitting around about 80%, which is not where it needs to be, but it has been a tremendous increase over time that we continue to work with.
No, absolutely. And again, thank you for that, right? Because even if it's just a 3% increase, it's an increase and we should celebrate it. Also, I wanted to ask about, so your pathways, have you considered like pharmacy? I know that San Bernardino Valley College has like a pharmacy program that they're like really out there promoting. And I know the person that is kind of, you know, leading the program and going out to different high schools, have they come to your high school? Is that something that you guys have considered or explored? Because I've heard it's a really great program. So I was just curious.
We partner with Curtis Middle School, and I know that their pathway teacher that they have over there, she actually was a pharmacist. And so that is something that we have talked about, that we have looked into. We haven't moved forward past that, but yes, it is definitely a possibility to continue to explore because there are so many opportunities within that medical pathway for our students.
Yeah, and I've heard, I mean, I don't know all of the details of it, but I've heard really great things. And if it's as promising as it sounds, I think it'd be a really good, you know, also opportunity since the community college is providing a lot of the resources up front. So just kind of wanted to mention that. And then also another one that I'm always going to kind of push for this. And so anytime that any high school comes and, you know, they share their pathways with us is one that I always bring up, is the interpretation, because there's so much money to be made there in interpreting. And a lot of times, you know, it could be kind of like a side gig for students while they continue to, you know, explore what they want to do or if they want to go back to school, and the need is always there. So I know that last time that Arroyo Valley was here, I had also brought that up to them, and they had shared that they did like the biliteracy and they did the seal of biliteracy. And then I left that night thinking, I was like, well, that's a little bit different because the biliteracy seal just says that you are bilingual, but interpretation is a skill and it's a separate type of skill. And so again, if that's an option that we can, you know, it's just a suggestion. I would love to see, you know, more of that across our campuses. But overall, thank you so much. I'm really excited to see what you guys are doing, and thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I will definitely want to end it and say great job to everyone again. And I do appreciate Vice President Tillman bringing up Mr. Gallo, because I was actually whispering to, you know, Mauricio, Mr. Ariano over here about Mr. Gallo and the program. And when I first came on the board, because that was something I was really excited about when I became a board member, was career tech ed. Because ultimately, that's what we go to school for, right, is to find this amazing job when we become adults. Well, many of you are already doing that right now as young adults, which is excellent and outstanding. Mr. Tillman talked about shop class. That's what we used to call back in the day, a shop class. Us old folks, we laugh about that, right? Because it was nothing like you have now. Trust me, it just wasn't. But I loved going to school to be in those shop classes. And I look what we do now in regards to the technical level. And there's, you know, a saying we used to say before, and I get this from Dr. Marsden and Mr. Gallo, it's high demand, high skill, high pay. High demand, high skill, high pay. And that's what we want for you. We want to have job sectors that are in high demand, that require a high level of skill, so not anybody can do it, and definitely the high pay, right? Because we want sustainability for employability when you graduate from high school. Not when you get to college. When you graduate from high school, we want you making cash right now. Okay, so that is our goal, is to get our level, our CTE program. So when you graduate, 17, 18 years old, or if you're slower, maybe like me, 19, right? You're making money if you need to make money. But then you can actually have a choice, and do you want to continue down that path, or do you want to maybe go into something else, or do you want to specialize? So great job. I don't know what my colleagues are saying here about, public speaking is being hard, because I can't tell with them. Just kidding. I'm playing with them. Actually, I say that because when our new superintendent, Mr. Arano, came, we had one of the big first engagements with our staff here. I actually got a little nervous. I don't know why, but I did. And it's like, sometimes you just have to pause, relax, regain yourself, recompose, and then keep going again, right? Keep going again. But no, very proud of all of you. Just know that. I know this board loves you guys to death. We're super proud. We're going to see some of you graduate here soon in like about a month or less. So congratulations to all you seniors. And great job, great job, great job.
Thank you.
All right, that is like the funnest part of our evening. I just want you to know that. So now it's all downhill. We're playing, it's not. But that is definitely the best part of our evening. 2.2, we're going to move on with our resolutions. We have quite a few today, so be ready. We're going to start with Vice President Tillman and move to our left and probably come back to our right. So Vice President Tillman, 2.2, resolution.
Resolution in recognition of National School Nurse Day. Whereas May 10th, 2023 is National School Nurse Day, and whereas school nurses have served a critical role in ensuring students' academic success for more than 100 years, and whereas students today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school, and whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by promoting wellness and improving health outcomes for the nation's children. And whereas school nurses act as a liaison between the school, community, and families. And whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino Unified School District proclaims May 10th, 2023 as National School Nurse Day and acknowledges the accomplishments of the district school nurses and their continued efforts to meet the needs of today's students to help them stay healthy and in school. Ready to learn, so moved.
Second.
It's moved by Vice President Tillman and seconded by Ms. Alexander. Ms. Rosales Medina. All right, I'm looking all over the place here. Ms. Rosales Medina, you're going to get it for a second. Great job. All right. All those in favor, are we going to go ahead and vote on that? All right, motion carries. Move on to 2.3, resolution in recognition of California Student Mental Health Week. Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you. Whereas the week of May 8th through May 12th, 2023 is recognized as California Student Mental Health Week, and whereas students' mental health too often goes unnoticed, and research has shown that adverse childhood experiences have lasting harmful impacts if not addressed, and whereas the early identification, intervention, and treatment of mental health and behavioral issues is important for a healthy student body and school community, and whereas reducing the stigma surrounding mental health will empower students to speak up when they need help, and whereas researchers have found the rate of mental health disorders in children and youth have steadily increased over the past 2 decades, and our students' lives have been changed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with emotional stability likely to be a focus of concern for years to come. And whereas schools, through their unique role in serving children and youth, have an opportunity to address student health early and effectively, and the need for comprehensive, coordinated mental health services for students is a critical part of an overall education plan. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby proclaims the week of May 8th through May 12th, 2023 as California Student Mental Health Week, and acknowledges the importance of student mental health and recognizes year-round attention is paramount to the health and success of students. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Jahusky. Any discussion? All right, here and see none. Let's go and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll go ahead and move on to 2.4, resolution of recognition of Classified Employee Week, and it's going to be Miss Alexander. I know they got me on that one, Miss Alexander. I thought I was going to go come back around.
Whereas in 1986, California's Senate Bill 1552 established the third full week of each May as Classified School Employee Week in order to recognize the vital contributions of classified employees. And whereas classified employees are recognized as an integral to the success of students in public education and have earned respect in the education community. And whereas in order for the San Bernardino City Unified School District to run efficiently and effectively, it depends daily on the dedication and capabilities of its more than 2,480 classified employees. And whereas classified employees work with commitment in the forwarding the mission of the district and thereby provide many benefits to the community, its schools, and the state of California. And whereas classified staff work to keep our schools and buildings cleaned and maintained, to prepare and pass out meals to thousands of students daily, to meet the needs of students, parents, and administrators, and to provide every student with the technology they need at school and at home. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District proclaims May 21st through May 27th, 2023 as a time to honor all classified school employees and recognize their long and excellent service. So moved.
Second.
All right, it was moved by Ms. Alexander, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Ms. Ceballos? All right, thank you.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to 2.5, resolution in recognition of National Teacher Appreciation Week, California Day of the Teacher, and San Bernardino City Unified School District's Day of the Teacher. Mr. Husky.
Whereas the National Teacher Appreciation Week is observed annually during the first full week in May and sponsored by the National PTA, and whereas the second week in May is recognized as California Day of the Teacher, which arose out of legislation co-sponsored by the California Teachers Association and the Association of Mexican American Educators and adopted in 1982, and whereas May 12th is the San Bernardino City Unified is the day San Bernardino City Unified School District honors its teachers who are second to none in their chosen profession. And whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance and education, spending countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling, and coaching students. And whereas teachers have been responsible for educating millions of students since the state's founding and have led efforts to promote and advance educational opportunities for all. And whereas a strong, effective system of free public education for all children and youth is essential to our democratic system of government. And therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District proclaims the week of May 8th through May 12th as the National Teacher Appreciation Week, and May 10th, 2023 as the California Day of the Teacher, and urges all citizens to pay tribute to our public school teachers. Be it further resolved, the Board of Education proclaims May 10th, 2023 as the day to celebrate the district's exceptional teachers and express its gratitude for their service, dedication, and professional excellence, and ask the SBCUSD family and community to come together to make a difference in the lives of our students. So moved.
Second. It's moved by Mr. Husky and second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We're moving over to 2.6, resolution recognition of Williams Syndrome Awareness Month, and it is Ms. Rosales Medina.
Whereas May is Williams
Syndrome Awareness Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about the rare genetic condition that affects an estimated 30,000 people in the United States. And whereas Williams syndrome is often characterized by a host of lifelong medical and development challenges, and whereas every person diagnosed with Williams syndrome is unique, but these individuals also often have highly social personalities, striking verbal skills, and an affinity for music. And whereas North Park Elementary student Jonathan Martinez, who tragically died on April 10th, 2017, in a senseless act of violence, was born with Williams syndrome, and whereas the Williams Syndrome Association has been working since 1982 to increase international awareness and bring valuable resources to families touched by this condition. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino Unified School District hereby proclaims May 2023 as Williams Syndrome Awareness Month and takes the opportunity to honor the memory of Jonathan Martinez and remember him as a happy child who was social, friendly, and endearing. So moved.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina and second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 3.0, public comments. 3.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Okay, and so our first public speakers will be folks from ICUC. It looks like we'll have 5 speakers, so I'll ask them to all come up at this time and give them 25 minutes total. And our first public speaker looks like Vanya P. Welcome, Vanya. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, school board members. First of all, I just want to let you guys know that over here, my advisor, Angela, will be giving you guys a timeline of what I will be saying here. So she'll pass them out.
Can you raise the mic just a little bit there?
Oh, she'll be passing this
There you
timeline that has all the events that I'll be talking about. Good evening, board members. My name is Vania Pizarro, and I'm a senior at Arroyo Valley High School and a youth leader with ICUC. The reason we are here today is to talk about our campaign, Students for Wellness Centers. Students have been working on this campaign from 2015 to present day. ICUC's mental health campaign journey started back in 2015 when youth leaders led focus groups with about 120 students. Through these conversations, the most prominent theme was a lack of access to healthcare, specifically mental health. Soon after, ICUC youth held their first mental health action, where they invited local school board members to make commitments to prioritize student mental health and to join youth in learning about possible solutions to close the gap in resources. This led to school board member Abigail Medina joining a team of leaders in 2016 on a trip to Sacramento, where they learned about school-based health centers and how these centers could introduce mental health services for students directly on their campuses. In 2017, the San Bernardino City Unified School District applied for and was granted funding to pilot a school-based health center in our district. We were extremely happy to see this happen and see how it could expand across the district. During this year, students also learned about and were advocating for the expansion of the district's HEART team, the district-wide team made up of therapists and nurses that provided services to students. Through our advocacy, we were successful in advocating for an increase of the number of therapists on that team from 1 to 3. In 2018, we did a listening campaign with about 500 of our peers across 5 high schools in the district. Students said they wanted more than just therapists available at the district level. They craved for safe physical spaces on their own school campuses to which they could turn to whenever they were in need of resources or a space to collect themselves. Through this listening campaign, we learned that the top 3 things that make students feel safe on their campuses are 1. Having a positive relationship with teacher or staff on campus, 2. Knowing there are mental health resources available to them at their school, and 3. Having safe physical spaces where they can go to if they are in need of somewhere they can safely ground themselves before heading to class. Thank you for your time, and now I will be passing it on to one of my fellow youth organizers, Ari.
Thank you, Vanya, and welcome, Ari.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ari Ixcoy, and I'm a senior at Arroyo Valley High School and the youth organizer for Arroyo Valley High School, alongside ICUC. And as for our mission with mental health, like in 2019, ever since then, when it was coming to an end, Sierra High School opened up the first school-based mental health center in San Bernardino. But as we know, in the beginnings of 2020, for us, it was March 13, Friday the 13th, day that no one can forget. But that's when the pandemic hit and everything closed, where we all shifted to distance learning. And because of that, that center had to be temporarily closed. And we all had to follow the stay-at-home orders to protect ourselves from COVID. But that did not stop us from meeting virtually and continuing that campaign and moving forward. And for the last 3 years since, we have continued to hear from students on how important the mental health issue is, especially during the time of COVID, where we were more collectively living through all the trauma that COVID caused our family and communities. For me personally, there was a lot of loss through my family and on a personal level, just that disconnection from people and not having that social bond that we used to have before the pandemic hit. That really took a toll on everyone, and you could see it from here on out. And similar to districts across the state, our districts received millions of dollars thanks to federal and state COVID relief funding. And as this funding began to roll in, students like ourselves saw much potential and advocated so that these funds could be allocated to increase for mental health resources that we need. While we do not see that there's as much progress as we want, we are proud to know that the mental health campaign that ICUC and our youth leaders have had since 2015, way back, still continues strong to this day as we keep pushing and are here right now. And as youth, we will continue to push on this issue because this is our top priority. Our mental health is the center of our well-being. Everything about our mental health affects our daily life. Our if we're dysregulated from this, it reflects on all our responsibilities in schools, our academic showings, our participation in extracurricular activities, and the responsibilities we have to families and friends. As previously mentioned, for my personal antidote, but as students, we're expert in our experiences as we're living through this right now. And our data shows that mental health is our main concern for students in the school district. And if we are unable to effectively show up at our best capacity because of these lack of resources, then it will have a very negative impact on us. And that's the least we want, you know. A well-rounded education should include analysis on the emotional and mental well-being of students, and the resources will help us overcome obstacles that we face, especially during post-COVID times, and will give us access to a confidential space to express ourselves emotionally. And these mental health resources would benefit anyone, and we need this to be accessible to all the school campuses where we can all be better, you know? And with this, I will pass it on to Ana Chavez, who will talk about our data that we've collected from then on.
Thank you, Ari. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you, Ari. Good evening, Superintendent Ariana and board members. Hello, my name is Ana Victoria Chavez. I'm a sophomore at San Bernardino High School and a youth leader with ICUC. As part of our Students for Wellness Centers campaign, today we want to share with you a bit about all of the work we have been doing this school year. As you may know, we are all club members of Students for Change in each of our respective high schools. This school year, we have had really great participation and engagement from students in each of the clubs. At SBHS, this year we had a total of 65 students participate in the club throughout the year. At Arroyo Valley High School, we had a total of 52 students participate throughout the year. At San Gregorio High School, we had a total of 58 students throughout the year. And at Cajon High School, we had a total of 27 students participate throughout the year. This year, students from Arroyo Valley High School and San Bernardino High School made a collective decision that we wanted to continue pushing forward a campaign about wellness centers and access to mental health, support, and services because we created and distributed a survey across our school, and the following is what we learned from the data. For the Arroyo Valley High School survey, we got a total of 147 responses, and for the San Bernardino High School result, we got a total of 177 responses. Throughout the survey, we asked students if they currently have access to a therapist. For Arroyo Valley High School, the majority of students said they do not, with 78.2% of students responding no. Similarly, for students from San Bernardino High School, with 73.4% of students responding no. This is a major concern for us because we know how much support students our age need, and the fact that 3/4 of students across these two high schools do not have access to a therapist is alarming. Through this survey, we also asked students if they feel like they would have support from those around them if they were to seek out therapy. We are glad to share that a majority of students at Arroyo Valley High School said they do feel like they would have support. At San Bernardino High School, we did get a different response with the majority of students, 53.7% saying they're either not sure or they know they would not feel like they would have the support from those around them to seek out therapy. Lastly, we also asked students if they know about any mental health resources on campus. Unfortunately, the majority of students at Arroyo Valley High School, 85.1%, said they do not know or are not sure about any mental health resources on their campuses. Similarly, 84.2% of students at San Bernardino High School also said they do not know or are not sure about any mental health resources on their campuses. All of this data keeps us wanting to continue advocating to make sure that at some point, every student on each of our campuses both knows about resources available to them and that these resources are easily accessible to them. Thank you for your time. Now I will be passing it to Sebastian.
Thank you, Anna, and welcome, Sebastian.
Hello there, my name is Sebastian Torres. I am a senior at Arroyo Valley High School and a leader with ICUC. As we're here tonight sharing the work we have been doing to learn more about the needs of students across high school campuses, we also want to make sure we connect with some of the folks here at the district whom we have learned are doing the hard work to ensure that the work continues to move within our district. In the past, ICUC leaders have connected with the Swiss director, Colleen Williams, to learn all that the department is doing to bring support to students. We would love to reconnect with Ms. Williams in order to learn more about all the current plans and wellness centers and to see how students can be a resource. One of the last times ICUC had met with Ms. Williams, we had learned that there are plans to create wellness centers or school-based health centers that would be accessible to clusters of schools across the district, and that the plan would be to have these up and running by 2025. We would like to learn if it's still the case. We would also like to connect with the Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Rodriguez, whose leadership, to our understanding, is instrumental and key in moving the work forward. We recently heard about a wellness walkthrough that happened in early April. We know that the walkthrough happened during school hours, so we would like to request if there is a possibility for one to happen during non-school hours. That way, students like myself and others would be able to participate. We are really excited for those the events that are happening in the community and how everyone else is being able to be invited to them. As students who are really interested in supporting that work, we will love the opportunity to also participate in wellness walkthroughs hosted by the district. Now we pass it over to Antonio Hernandez.
Thank you, Sebastian, and welcome, Antonio.
Thank you, Sebastian. Sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Antonio Hernandez, and I am a junior at Arroyo Valley High School. Tonight, we would like to conclude our testimony by sharing a bit about why, to us students, it feels imperative that the school-based health centers or wellness centers be right on our campuses. Thankfully, we live in a time where more than ever before, the importance of mental health is understood by so many. Unfortunately, there definitely are a lot of stigmas attached to mental health and receiving or reaching out for support, and to add to that, resources are not always easily accessible. Many students sadly experience not having access to safe spaces at home, or, as we shared from our survey earlier, not everyone believes that they would have support from those around them if they were to seek out therapy or support for their mental health. When we have asked students if having mental health resources and safe spaces on our campuses would be of interest, students by far respond yes. As students, we are at schools 5 days a week, 8 hours plus a day. The fact that we spend so much of our time there only makes it common sense that these should be places where students feel completely safe, seen, accepted, and welcomed. Schools should be places where not only are students supported to do well academically, but also places where their mental health is prioritized. If this is the case, we are sure students will be able to excel and be the best versions of themselves. This is why we are here tonight. We want to urge the district to make sure these centers are as accessible to students as possible. We again ask to please be invited into conversations where the planning for this is happening. Thank you all so much, and we are looking to collaborate with you all.
Alrighty, I want to say thank you all to you as well, and just remind my colleagues, during public comments, we ask for clarification, but not engage in discussion. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, no, first of all, yeah, for the clarifying piece, but thank you so much for speaking. I'm just really proud the fact that we have, the way our students are speaking, articulate their leadership. So I want to say thank you, ICUC Youth, for advocating as of since 2015. I guess my question would be more directed to the district, and the clarifying piece is, when you present the budget, will this include the expansion of the school-based wellness centers? That way, we can further discuss this later on within the budget. And then the other question would be, of course, I know we recently had visits at different school sites, and Ms. Rodriguez, Dr. Rodriguez, had actually organized several community leaders. I definitely would love our ICUC youth to participate in that, so that way they can also see, and maybe even from then make additional recommendations from their perspective. Resolution 2.3, which is recognition of California Student Mental Health Week, is perfect timing for this. So thank you so much for speaking on it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Grande.
Okay, thank you for that data. That was very good. I want to ask you, if you can answer, how many students are organized in this issue under the umbrella of ICUC, or is ICUC under someone else's umbrella or name or entity?
Hello, everyone. My name is Angela, and I'm the organizer who works closely to the different high school students, the different Students for Change clubs at each campus. So right now, it's just San Bernardino High School and Arroyo Valley High School who decided to focus their time. The club, there's about, I want to say, an average of 100 students just with Arroyo and San Bernardino High School who are pushing through this. I don't know if that kind of answered your question. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Vice President Tillman.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for coming out, and I think that the Mental Health and Wellness Center is a great item for you guys to champion, and you've been doing a good job at it, and I really appreciate you, and hopefully the district will continue to partner with you to bring to fruition some of the things that we agree need to happen for our schools. In the end, you're benefiting our students, right, and our families. So thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. I'd say the same thing. Thank you. Some of you are growing up in front of our eyes, for 8 years. So your persistence is admirable and to be commended. We really appreciate your effort towards pushing wellness for our students, community, family, and our staff. Thank you. All righty. We'll look at our next public comment. Vice President Tillman, thank you. All right. We will welcome to the podium Ms. Barbara Pasachek. Good evening and welcome. Again. You too.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, Superintendent Ariano, Cabinet and board members. I am Barbara Pasachek. I'm the SBTA Vice President, and I'm here speaking on behalf of our President and our 3,000 members. In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, and today being National Teacher Day, SBTA would like to express our sincere thanks to all of our members. You are strong, resilient, and your talent and professionalism is unmatched. Most importantly, you are dedicated to your students and their families through your passion for teaching and compassion for meeting their needs. For all of these reasons and more, you are deserving of all of our appreciation during this year's Teacher Appreciation Week, and it is an honor to serve alongside all of you. I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge our school nurses. Next week, Wednesday, May 10th, is National School Nurse Day. We would like to honor our school nurses who care for the children in our schools every day, and also to remind you that school nurses provide more than Band-Aids. Not only are they our first responders for our medical concerns, but they are also advocates for our students and play a vital role in guiding them to healthy lifestyles. Also this month, SBTA will be celebrating many of our nation's top educators and our retirees at our annual Monty Retiree Award celebration on May 18th. We hope that all of the board members and cabinet can join us for this wonderful opportunity to celebrate the amazing careers and accomplishments of our members, including board member Ms. Abeles Grande, who also retired this year. If you haven't already, please let Mrs. Cunningham know you are able to attend. I want to again sincerely thank you, our members, for all that you do each day and every day to support your students from pre-K to adult education. I salute you today and every day. You are an integral part of the fabric of our district, and I wish each and every one of you a successful end of this school year. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Pasachek. And our next public speaker will be Yasmin Lazama. Welcome. Good evening. So which one is it? I want to know.
Hello, my name is Jasmine
Okay.
Lazama. Yes. It's an honor to be in front of all these important people of our city. So it's kind of, I'm like, there was so much excitement in this room, and I was like, how am I going to come up here with my concern? But it's now coming to the end of the year. When my son first started first grade, he's 6 years old. When he first started first grade, I requested that they would offer me some support because during kinder, he was what they are calling a COVID kid. And we were staying home, and I feel he was highly affected. I was actually really excited of them, presenting this because I'm seeing the lack of support in Lincoln Elementary. I was asking from the very beginning of his first grade year to please, help me with some resources. Unfortunately, they would tell me, he needs counseling, he needs therapy, and I was in contact with Victor Community Services, but they've been so backed up. And I was asking the school, I need some more support. And it ended up being to the end of the year where they were suspending, they were sometimes writing up referrals up to 3 times in one day. And then it started getting to a point where there was a lack of communication. They wouldn't let me know that he was written up until the very end of the day. I think my son academically he's striving. I think he has a lot of potential. He's a genius, and he's just lacking that support. Well, we finally had an SST meeting 2 weeks ago for him to get some of these, resources on board. They told me, let's start small with him getting like these smiley face charts. And if he meets these, he was meeting about, I'd say 70% all around. And last week, there was an incident where he was climbing the fence of the school. And from my understanding, it started somewhere between 10:30 to 11 a.m. I wasn't called until 2 o'clock. When I was called, they gave me an ultimatum, like you have 2 options. Either you come and sit with him all day, and when you have to leave, he goes with you, or he has to be home studied for the remaining of the year. And I was so confused by that because I was like, we just got this meeting on board. I just signed documents with the school psychologist to get some testing going. And then they gave me this information. And I was like, this just doesn't make any sense to me. There was no suspension, no referral. I called district and I was like, I need to know my options, and they told me, well, technically, because there was no documentation, there's no agreement of anything, you have the right to take him to school this morning. So they told me, take him to school and come see us. When I went to drop him off, I had the principal of the school basically, come up to me and say, good morning. I spoke with district this morning. They're recommending for him to go to a county school. And I was like, but I've been requesting resources since the beginning of the year. All combined with suspensions and referrals, they've written him up about 25, 30 times in the year. So I'm like, this is excessive. There was times where they were calling me every day of the week, like, hey, he's having, and I'm like, I'm aware of his needs. And as a parent, I would love to, come in every time he's having a problem, but I'm working, I'm in school. How can I do that? I'm running out of time. My son has gone through grief, homelessness, and a separation in the last 2 years. My mother died of COVID and my father passed as well. So there's been a lot that he needs to process, and him being in school for such long hours, I need the support in the school. I feel like that's where he was having the most challenges. I do believe that the suspension was retaliatory because that next morning that I went in and I dropped him off, she was like, okay, so you're dropping him off. I was like, well, that's what district directed me to do. So she pulled a secretary and said, okay, I need you to start writing up this suspension. And honestly, it broke my heart because I was like, I'm on my way to district to try to find out my options. When I came back, when they called me to say, hey, we're letting you know he's officially suspended now, I was going to pick up my preschool daughter from her preschool class. And when I showed up there, I had both principals with my son and their suspension inside of that classroom. And to me, that I immediately know, I was like, this is out of protocol. I have never heard of a suspension being finalized in a completely different building. And they were like, are you going to sign or not? And I was like, I need support. They suspended him for 4 days. And I had just talked with the psychologist. So after that, my son would get recorded a lot when he would have these tantrums. He's only 6. So I know that there was a lot of recording. And I told them, I think there's been more recording.
Sorry, Ms. Zama, that is time. But we do have, it looks like, a couple board members that will ask some questions of you. And if you'd like to leave your contact information with Ms. Cunningham when they're done, I'm sure somebody from one of our offices will get back with you. But let's go ahead and start with Ms. Ceballos.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say thank you for coming here. Your situation, is not unique to yours. Actually, just sitting here listening to you takes me back to my situation with my son, which is the reason why I'm here today now. That situation led me to run years later because it sounds very familiar. And so I just want to say thank you for coming. Here's my information. I'm sure that our assistant superintendents, I have faith that they will reach out to you. But if things continue to not work out or escalate, please, please, please reach out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vaz. Ms. Rosales Medina.
I know, definitely thank you for bringing this forward. A 6 being so young for a 4-day suspension. I'd like to find out more on this as protocols at the district level and seeing what systems we currently have in place so that this doesn't happen. And if there's special circumstances, what does that really look like? Because that is, to me, without fully hearing, the full scope of the story, that's just 6 years old suspension for 6 days and the many issues you're having. So that's just more of what I would like to learn from at the district level to see what we're doing and what are the protocols. So thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Chahusky.
Hi, thank you for coming and speaking tonight. I know that's not easy.
Thank you.
How many, you said he'd been suspended multiple times?
Yes, so sometimes he would come back from a suspension and he would be suspended the same day he'd come back. And I'd be like, I understand that some of the behaviors that he was portraying were unsafe, but even the word expelling, I heard it about 12 different times when I would come in and I would have a specific principal kind of smirk and say, I don't know, we're coming close to getting expelled. And then I really thought about it over the weekend and I'm like, he's not starting fires. He's not bringing weapons. He's only 6. He was running around in a diaper 3 years ago. And yeah, there was a lot of suspending where, we would just come back from the suspension. I'd try to work with him and they'd call me and be like, he's suspended again.
How many days of suspension total?
This was a time that they did 4 days. And again, I do feel it was retaliatory because they knew that as a parent, I would always be like, hey, are you guys going to expel him this time? And, they would be like, well, we're working with him. We're trying, but it's kind of looking like it. And I would say this was a time where there was the most days. It would do 2 days, 3 days, 1 day. I do feel it was a specific principal that was excessively suspending. And I expressed that concern to the other principal. And she said, I'm going to have you stop working with her. And the day that this happened, she happened to be in a meeting. And that suspension was finalized by this other principal.
And then you said that you started, they had identified him after the SST for testing for
So
special
yeah,
education?
we had just done that. I would say about 2 weeks ago, I showed up for that meeting. And the day that they let me know that they gave me those 2 options was the day that I actually signed papers with the school psychologist to start the testing. And she told me, because we're so close to the end of the year, I'm going to do my best to squeeze all of this in 25 days. But now with this suspension, I would say it's cut like a whole week off of that time now. And that was basically what I was fighting for throughout the whole school year. I was like, I need resources, I need options. And there's resources that I'm barely finding out about now, but I'm like, we're a month away from the end of the year.
And one of the things
Thank
that to add to Ms. Medina's request is just about, and I had written this down earlier on another issue, but when testing a parental request or the school identification is interrupted by discipline issues, like when discipline's what triggering this, the identification, and then we tell them they can't, what is the process? Like how do parents navigate getting kids tested and identified when it's interrupted?
The testing does continue, and we go to the home or we do whatever we need to do in order to finish the process.
The parent so that this can happen for this young man?
Yes, and I believe Ms. Bicondova has reached out and given mom some options and let her know that we are continuing the testing.
Yes, I got some information today because I did let the school know, hey, I'm going to be going to district with all my concerns, because at this point, I'm finding out there has been resources, and they would be like, well, the Wilson Elementary has a 6-week program, and there was always constantly moving. But again, because of our homelessness, because of all the things that have happened, I do feel that there's a big problem in the way he's receiving and, you know, life, because he already feels out of place and feels like we're moving around a lot. So I was like, I would love, I even, that's what we agreed to after the break. I told her, let's get some resources. And she told me I'm going to be having some people that district is sending in after the break. But I told her if that doesn't work, I'm willing to move forward with finding a new placement for him. But we haven't even got to the part of the testing or that the behavioral therapist coming out because we're basically in the middle of this. And I believe now it would just be a suspension. But again, I came because my concern was she was telling me either you come sit with him and it was unrealistic, or you home study.
I apologize. One last question. Have you, has our Atlas department reached out to you for supports with your homelessness and stuff?
No, well, I already worked myself out of there. So we're officially living back in a home now. And yeah, so that's
Congratulations on that.
resolved.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
God.
thank you.
Yeah.
We do have support. So if you find that you're having some challenges and need some assistance, please reach out. So because we do have supports for you in that arena as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Mrs. Zama. We really appreciate your time. And again,
Thank you.
please make sure, it sounds like they have your information, but
Yes,
if there's anything
yes.
else you need, let us know. And through Ms. Cunningham, I'd like to have an update on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful evening. I appreciate the time. Take care.
Thank you again. All right, our next public speakers for comment will be our Vermont teachers. If there are 6 or more of you, or only a couple of you, usually it's about 5 minutes each. If there's 6 or more, we will say 30 minutes. So welcome, and we could go ahead and arrange yourselves on how you want your order for your comments. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kara Clokey. We are from Vermont Elementary, here to speak out about the bullying from our head admin that has been ongoing for over a decade. We feel the environment is hostile, and we wanted to address our concerns. We're going to start out with Ms. Equals.
Good evening. First, I want to apologize because we're not speaking out sooner because we've been afraid of the backlash we're going to receive from our principal for speaking out publicly to you today. I'm speaking on behalf of multiple teachers today. So I would like to start by saying, honestly, asking you guys just one question, and that would be, how many teachers and staff members does one school need to lose in order to keep a single principal at that location? Because the amount is staggering. Our office staff has constantly been changing because no one will stay in that office long term. They are oftentimes required to do tasks well outside of their job descriptions to make up for the principal's lack of responsibility. This has resulted in certain budget funding requirements not being taken care of on time, such as morning tutoring paychecks for the teachers who are standing there and helping the students before school. Our vice principal, no longer there, had to wear 2 hats, vice principal and principal. She had little to no support, yet was taking all of the blame if something was wrong. Our vice principal was unable, or if our vice principal was unable, our principal would announce over the loudspeaker to not send any of our students up to the office for behavior issues for her to deal with. Rather, we were to wait until our vice principal returned so she could deal with them instead. Our school librarian isn't able to fulfill his duties or open up the library for weeks at a time due to the principal assigning him tasks for which are outside of his job description. For example, he is often seen around our campus doing heavy labor, such as moving boxes and furniture at the demands of our principal. He has been pulled to the office to perform every empty office position. He is also required to fill in for those who leave early and arrive late. As a result, our students cannot access public books in our school library because it is now never open. Our school psychologist has been unable to pull and test our students because she has nowhere to test them. She shares a room with a counselor and speech therapists who are also both unable to perform their duties due to sharing this room. There is space that can be rearranged and made available if this was seen as a priority by our principal. However, this has led to many of our students being unable to get tested for life-changing IEPs in a timely manner because we do not prioritize this or give our staff the space needed to perform those duties. Our previous support teacher retired early, mid-school year, out of frustration caused by our principal. Our new support teacher has been burdened with all the responsibilities of a vice principal without receiving the salary of one. She is now also the one who is receiving the blame for all that goes wrong on our campus. She, not our admin, has been put in charge of running almost all the meetings held on our school site. We have lost and are losing, some extraordinary educators at our school. We've lost role models and friends, pillars of the community, and people who genuinely improved our school. Staff are leaving, retiring, or requesting transfers because they can no longer tolerate this principal's unprofessionalism. Additionally, behavior issues from students are being ignored by the principal. They are pushed off on to the teachers, the support teachers, and the counselor to manage. There have been issues that cannot be disclosed, which require the care of an admin, but our principal was nowhere to be found because she had already left for the day. The long list of poorly managed actions that have taken place at this school, which our principal does not take responsibility for, is astonishing. She pushes responsibility off. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have our next speaker.
Hi, again, I'm Kara Clokey. I teach special education at Vermont. I'm writing this in hopes that I can make much needed changes to our school, Vermont Elementary. Head admin in particular, has contributed or been the main cause for frequent staff turnover, fraudulent funding and spending, mismanaged budgets, special ed discrimination, teacher contract violation, and time theft. The morale of the campus has been brought down by this individual, making it difficult to keep up student attendance and to keep staff feeling appreciated for everything we do for the students. There has been a shortage of office staff and recreational aides, causing a chain reaction of consequences. Library has not been open most of the year because library assistant is forced to do other duties, such as bilingual work, secretary work, storing and moving furniture in boxes and packages, organizing events, etc. Students are suffering without their weekly library time. There have been countless incidents on the playground due to lack of supervision. Money in the school budget is being spent in ways that are not being properly documented. I was a secretary for the school site council for the 2021 to 2022 school year. I was told that my position did not matter and that I would not have to have any required tasks other than to just attend the meetings. When a guest teacher was not provided to cover my class, I was required to attend virtually during instructional time and was forced to approve minutes for meetings that I was not in actual attendance and to agree with and approve points that were explained during my classroom instructional time where I was not 100% engaged in the meeting. The school budget is not openly discussed or made available to staff on exactly what is being spent and where. Pricey luncheons are provided to parents on a regular basis, yet the laminator is out of commission for the remainder of the year due to lack of supply. Due to lack of money and proper planning, we have no more money for basic supplies or busing for end-of-year activities. As a special education teacher, I advocate for my students and make sure their specific needs are being met each day. Each of my 14 students have an IEP, and there are at least 1 to 2 meetings per year for each student, and many of them involve service providers such as APE, OT, OI, SLP, school site, counselor, etc. Most elementary schools have principal support in scheduling, organizing, delegating, and participating in IEP meetings. I have not had that support. Duties for my class are typically handed off to admin designee. In addition, I have a student, 6th grader, who is wheelchair bound. I have been informed that there is no bus to meet his accommodations in order to attend the 6th grade Castle Park field trip. His parent will have to be asked to drop him off and pick him back up. He is facing discrimination due to his disability, and his student rights are being violated. I also have students who have to lose their service time, and I have at times fallen behind on my reevaluations due to 3 different service providers sharing a room. All students are constantly being belittled over the intercom and have faced stereotyping by our head admin. Comments like, "You need to be here every day on time. You can stay home and eat menudo and watch novellas on the weekends and take your trips to Mexico on breaks." Verbal threats have been made to students about behavior and attendance on the intercom. Many times I have been forced to hold IEP meetings during my professional development time. I have been questioned why I was writing an IEP during instructional time when my students were quietly working independently. Instructional time, work hours apparently only count for subordinates. Head admin spent an entire school year pawning off her job tasks to others while she spent her work hours in her office dealing with an ongoing personal matter. Staff was informed by her that she was not able to go into classrooms all year due to this personal matter. She asked for us to have sympathy over her. Yet when I missed a few days over the course of 3 weeks to tend to my child who had a broken femur caused by a fatal accident she and I were involved in, I was reprimanded in my evaluation about my attendance being unsatisfactory. Head admin is incompetent and cannot and will not perform her assigned job tasks. She appears to have a close relationship with her evaluator, so I'm not sure when she was truly evaluated on her competency to perform the basic duties necessary to manage a school, staff, and students. She has been reprimanded, investigated, and put on temporary paid leaves due to her lack of competency and education and the result of her ignorance of her job duties, yet no changes have been made. She continues to be given the opportunity to run the school to the ground. Panoramic surveys results show that our students do not feel safe at our school. No child should be in fear when trying to learn. No child should be forced to attend a school that is being mismanaged just because they live in the demographic. As much as I would love to have my daughter attend school where I work and be taught by our amazing and dedicated teachers, I choose not to have her attend Vermont because I do not feel comfortable or safe with head admin's decisions and approaches. I would also request an audit of verification of records for attendance, herself, as well as students. The COVID results that were believed to be altered and true and actual spending of the school budgets. The issues our school site has faced are not limited to this list, but I hope this list paints a picture of our campus in its current state under our current head admin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oki. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Stark. I'm on the Elementary Board of Directors for SBTA, and I have been asked to read a letter on a teacher's behalf. Concerns strictly related to administrative duties, there are several regarding the lack of professionalism towards staff. Teacher on assignment. This position has been held by Alec Hobbs, Indira Yepes, Tyler Shook, Donna Messick, and currently Helen Garcia. While this position has time for working with students, it is often treated as a personal assistant to principal to do reports, presentations that she needs to submit to the district, etc. Resident subs from the Learning Center are often placed in the classroom of the English language facilitators' classrooms so that they could work on projects that she needs done when they should only be pulled out to actually conduct MTSS or EL assessments. Most recently, Mr. Penanuri was pulled out to conduct promote with consideration meetings. This is unfair to Learning Center students and the students in the ELF classrooms. Library assistant is often pulled out of the library to work out of classification to fill in for vacancies from secretary, clerk, etc. due to high office turnover. Again, students go without library. Additionally, because he's a good worker and he is taken advantage of to also help with custodial work, coaching for soccer, and solving fiscal issues that administration should be trying to resolve. He is often pressured to do work quickly because deadlines are met, but is not given any guidance from administration. He never complains and he's often chastised too. PTO. Physical information is not shared with staff, such as records of expenses and profits from holiday stores, snacks sold, etc. When asked for information, she gets defensive. This should be public knowledge. Also, a master key is given to them should they have access to all classrooms. They also have been known to cook food, and the smell penetrates through the walls of the portable classrooms, which is a distraction for upper grade students. Recreation aids. Unequal treatment. Veterans Marcelina and Sylvia get chastised if they question why other aides can go to PTO functions, school site meetings, or do other duties when they need help with coverage of watching students. How are they on getting paid to be aides but are doing other things? There are 3 aides affiliated with PTO that do PTO tasks, while the older veteran aides are left to watch the students. Student discipline staff is told to handle it since there is no vice principal and she is overwhelmed. When there is an issue, she uses the intercom to voice issue. Staff meetings have never been done solely by her from the start to finish, including slideshows or presentations. All was placed on vice principal or given to the professional development team or teacher on assignment. If she ever presents, she asks the teacher on assignment, VP or ELF, to do the slideshow for her. Sometimes they are told at the last minute and expected to put things together within a matter of days. School safety issues. Since the VP hasn't been on site, monthly fire drill, earthquake drills, etc. have not been conducted. Basic budgeting and fiscal areas are mishandled, and when an error occurs, blame is placed on VP or secretary or office turnover. Shouldn't she be aware of the deadlines for buses, ordering of CASP snacks, purchasing, etc.? If deadlines approach for state testing, she is not aware of any specifics. Due to a lack of professionalism toward teachers, our school has lost 8 teachers because of a variety of issues. Others have left on stress issues or have taken early retirements.
Thank you, Ms. Stark.
Evening, everyone. I'm Connie Jones. I teach at Chavez Middle School, and I'm on the executive board for SBTA, and I've been asked to read this on behalf of a teacher.
Welcome, Ms. Jones. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I'm writing to the board to inform them of events that have been going on in our school. First of all, I would like you to know that teachers at Vermont are committed to providing a high level of academic education where students feel safe and are welcomed in our school. I feel like this is being impacted negatively by the actions of our principal. Our principal is being unprofessional, unsupportive, and unethical. In terms of my personal experiences with her, she makes rude comments to me on a daily basis, which are unprofessional. For example, telling me I could attend IEPs because I have time for lunch, mimicking my voice, saying that I said I don't know how to hold SSC meetings. She told me and a rec aide not to be gossiping while we were talking about schedules for restroom breaks and students and teachers who are taking the CASP. She's also called my cell at 8 in the morning when I call out for illness. She told me that I cannot miss work and that I should have made my appointment later. I could not miss my appointment with the specialist because it was medically necessary. She also stated, that's not good, and ended the call. Another situation that happened was when I took a student that was writing on the walls to her. She stated, I'm not going above and beyond because I did not deal with him during my lunchtime. She's also asked me not to have lunch in the lunchroom with the other teachers because it makes her feel very uncomfortable. These are only a few of the unprofessional comments she's made. She's unsupportive. PTO parents have been harassing me, and instead of addressing the issues herself, she asked me to go to a 2-hour meeting and hear them complain about me. Their concerns were unfounded, and one of the concerns included me making my own agenda for ELAC. She could have replied that the agenda items come from a monitoring form from the district. Another complaint, among others, was that I was in the PTO room with the interim principal. I was in a hostile environment with 9 parents harassing me. And when I asked what I could do to make things better, parents had no answer because they really weren't there for solutions. Other teachers are not supported by her when the behavior issues with the students. She does not deal with these situations, and these issues are impacting student learning. She's also unethical. She does not follow protocols. We are currently CASP testing, and she pulls me from testing in order to attend an SSC or facilitate ELAC meetings. She schedules events during CASP testing. Teachers who are testing need to postpone testing because of the events she's scheduling. Again, we want our students to do their best, and scheduling these events during testing is disruptive. We, the teachers, want to go back to work and be in an environment that's safe and conducive to learning. Going to work in a hostile environment is not supporting students' education. We have great teachers at our school, and we want to be able to focus on testing. I was told to hold December 9th SSC meeting, and I told her I needed support because this was the first SSC meeting I'd facilitated. She could not support me, and I had to find support from other employees in the district. She gave me a list of budgets with funding that had to be spent that day by the next day, expecting me to order material and software and have it ready on time. She insisted I put in purchase requisites that I do not have access to Financial 2000. I was told not to take my lunch with colleagues. She called my personal phone at 8 a.m. and I was told not to call in sick when I had an appointment with a medical specialist. She was upset when I was interviewing for a VP and kept asking that if I thought I was ready. That morning when I would try talking to her, she would turn away. Later that day, she stated she wants to be a VP. She put down a stack of papers on the desk, and that night I worked spring break classes until 9 p.m. I was told since I have time for lunch, I could attend IEPs. She stated that Cheryl Tagashi and Abril from Categorical were going to come into the SSC meeting and observe her because I said I didn't know how to do an SSC. And as she said this, she mimicked me saying, I don't know how to do an SSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Next speaker, please.
We are done.
All right, thank you, everyone. We do appreciate your comments this evening. I will look left and look right. All righty, thank you again. All right, my apologies. Ms. Grande did have a question, folks. If you guys can remain just a minute or two.
Just a really quick one for perhaps Barbara. Did any of the teachers there take the grievance procedure to the union? Isn't there a grievance against principals exist?
Yes, and some of the members have filed grievances.
Okay, so where was that on the Richter scale?
Well, it just, there were a few that have happened in the past, and we've addressed them and, taken them as far as they could go. But at this point and at this juncture, this has been the first time I think that the teachers have really come forward to speak out. It was hard for them to come up and speak out. It took a little while for them to collaborate together and form their letters together. So they were debating whether they were just going to let you read the letters or speak out loud today.
So are they at step one, level grievance one, level
Ms. Grande,
grievance two?
we're not to go
Right.
into depth in this. Only
Never mind,
clarification,
never
not
Is that
an
it?
inquiry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, our next public speaker is Ms. Negretti. Welcome, Ms. Negretti. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, teachers. Good evening, board. An update real quick. I came back a while back and I let you know that I had some concerns because BIP was also in Young Visionaries, which is who you contract with, was allowing the people who were just coming out of jail to come in contact with the youth. And of course, they said they were impressionable. I was told Miss Anna Applegate would follow up on this, and that to date has never taken place. So of course, that concern is still there, because if every single employee is supposed to go through their DOJ, background, what's going on there? I now see that YAP is having full access during the school hours to be on campus. So does that mean that those employees for YAP in any outside third-party organization, are they going through their background checks? That should be a big concern, because if you have, employees who get caught molesting children, nevertheless, when you have third-party employees, is that background happening? So with safety in mind, I see that on the agenda, 13.25 is a conference to Lake Arrowhead. You also have 1318, which is another trip to Carlsbad. So years ago, the school district decided to purchase the old San Bernardino Sun building. And of course, what the public was told or sold on was that it was going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars for training. So if that was the intent, to spend millions on that PDC building and get everything brand new, why is there a need to continue to go to Big Bear, to go to some spa, to go out of, just out of San Bernardino to go spend that money when they're nickel and diming with safety of staff and students? What's that about? Well, I've learned that the district is proposing to CSCA to have security have a working lunch. Now, all the past years, it has been where their lunch, they're considered to be on the clock. Why? Because if something happens like yesterday, right? Yesterday, my daughter gets home and she's like, Mom, it was crazy today at school. We had 7 fights. 7 fights, and mind you, that's not counting the one after school. So at the high schools, you're supposed to have 5 security guards on campus plus one school police officer because of the number of students at the high schools. So should something happen, they're supposed to be able to go beyond, if they're eating, drop whatever you're eating and go and assist. Why? Because we don't want students injured, and you also don't want staff injured. At the middle schools is 2. So what happens if the district who wants to nickel and dime on that, right? Because what they want to do is next school year, the changes of the starting and ending time is to say, well, let's just say if you get a half an hour duty-free lunch, so they can extend at the end of the day. There's no problem on wasting funds to go to, Carlsbad, to go to Lake Arrowhead, but there's a problem to add that half an hour so that everybody continues to be on hand while the kids are there to prevent, again, injury to staff and students, right? Because if they're not available, if there's a duty-free lunch, that means they're not available. So if we're nickel and diming in that, can we save? Can we maybe abolish the deputy superintendent position? Can we abolish the assistant chief of school police? Because again, this is a small school police department. Most of those other departments in other schools don't have an assistant chief and a school police department. There's money to save, but don't do it at the account of the safety of the kids nor the staff. With that said, I want to leave you with the parable. A little bird was exuberant and happy. It should have been flying south, but it was so happy that it forgot to fly south and it was too late. The winter came and the wings froze. It fell, and a cow that was passing by dropped dung on the bird. Well, the dung was warm and it defrosted the little wings from the bird. The bird started to chirp happily. Here comes a cat, and it hears the bird, and it digs, and it gets the bird out, and it eats it. The moral of the story is, not everybody who heaps dung on you is your enemy. Not everyone who gets you out of shit is your friend. Please remember that.
Thank you, Ms. Negretti.
Thank you.
All right, our next public speaker and comment is Ms. Dezan, excuse me.
Hi, I just wanted to pick up on a parent left off in regards to a student survey that was passed out. This letter was dated February 20th, 2023, and it was received by the parents on March 20th, 2023, which March 20th was the deadline date for this survey. When parents went to the school to review the survey or possibly opt out as an option, the students have already completed the survey. Questions of the survey, as you know, were asked: race, sexual orientation, things like that. And they were given to 6-year-olds, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, special needs students. Now, I don't know parents, if they were advised representative or parent to assist the special needs students. These students, they were asked these questions and they didn't know how to, weren't feel comfortable with it, and they, out of embarrassment, they asked these questions randomly. So I just asked that you know, that it appears that you violated parental rights by not giving them the right to allow to review the survey or even opt out of it. I ask that you please ensure that parental consent is received prior to any and all survey submissions, as we do for all other activities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for in-person public comments. Did we have any virtual public comments, Ms. Cunningham?
No, we had none.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, Vice President Tillman?
That's a question. So right now, when we do surveys, do we ask for permission from the parents to fill out the surveys?
We do not. We have offered the opportunity for them to opt out. These surveys are coming from the state that we need.
They can't opt out?
They can opt out.
Okay. And so and just from a practical perspective, when a student gets a survey, the teacher announces you don't have to do the survey, or how does that work?
So the parents have the opportunity to opt the students out of taking the survey. So as this teacher distributes them, they don't make the announcement because that's something that the parents would do prior to them being administered the test.
If we could just get a sense that is what's happening, to be sure, because I do want for the parents the ability to say they don't want their student to participate in the survey.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. We will move on now to 7.0 public hearing, which means I will close our open session and go into public hearing. All right. Ms. Cunningham, are there any public comments for this hearing?
No, they're not.
There are not. All right, then I will go ahead and read the resolution there. Be it resolved, the Board of Education received the district's initial sunshine contract proposal, successor to San Mateo Teacher Association. San Mateo City Unified School District and the San Mateo Teacher Association have entered into negotiations for a successor agreement. The district's intent is to reopen the entire collective bargaining agreement. Additionally, the district intends to begin negotiations on the following articles: Article 14, hours of employment; Article 19, transfer; Appendix H, memorandum of understanding, listing collaboration day, professional development program, MOU. Take action on that one, Ms. Cunningham. All righty. So I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did.
Second.
I'm sorry, I did not hear who motioned. Mr. Husky. And then second was Ms. Rosales Medina. Any discussion on this? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote, please. All right, motion carries. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing then. Reopen to open session. We'll go on to 5.0, closed session. Do we have any closed session comments, Ms. Cunningham?
We do not.
All right, then we will recess to 5.2, closed session. Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and come back in from closed session. So welcome back, everybody that's been patient out there. Great to see y'all. We're going to move on to 6.1. And I'm going to put on my glasses here, buy a little more time. We have a quorum, so we're good. 6.1, let me see here. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number SS-22/23-03 in the amount of $10,637.50. The Board of Education authorizes the purchasing director to sign any related documents. It is an action item, so I will need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, was motioned by Ms. Chahusky and seconded by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion on 6.1? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Move on to 6.2. Expulsion of students. The Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations and orders the expulsion of following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 6.3. Student recommended for suspension or expulsion, exclude mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for means of corrections. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation, findings of facts of positive youth development, and orders suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
Move.
It's been moved by Ms. Chahusky, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 6.4. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves and accepts the following students who are recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Alexander, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion? All right. Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to, I believe it's 6.5. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves and accepts this order to revoke previously suspended expulsion order and is recommended this time because the student violated the conditions of the suspension expulsion order. Therefore, in accordance with Education Code Section 48917, the board does hereby order expulsion of the student with identification number as listed below.
So moved. Again.
Been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. We'll move on to 6.6. Consideration and adoption of resolution implementing elimination, layoff, and/or reduction in service of classified positions. Be resolved that the assignment of the classified employees identified in Exhibit A attached hereto is hereby eliminated, effective at the conclusion of the 2022-2023 school year. Such employees shall be given appropriate notice by superintendent or designee of the elimination of their services, with such notice to be given on May 14, 2023, in a manner prescribed by law. Be resolved that the classified employees listed in Exhibit A attached hereto, who are identified as having their assignment reduced in hours, shall have their assignment reduced effective at the conclusion of 2022-2023 school year, or for effective bargaining unit members, the completion of negotiations between the district and the California School Employees Association and its San Bernardino Chapter 183. Whichever occurs later, which such notice to be given on or before May 14, 2023, in the manner prescribed by law.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? All right, hearing seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 6.7, other closed session action. There is no other closed session action. So move on to 7.0, organizational meeting of San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education. 7.1, Board of Secretary. I believe, Ms. Cunningham, I do have to close and reopen on this. Okay, we're still in the same meeting? All right, so on this one here, we'll do item 7.1 as an action item. At the Board of Education's annual organization meeting on December 13, 2022, the board appointed Katrin Ballantyne, Executive Assistant, as interim board secretary due to the superintendent vacancy. This item is to appoint the new superintendent. Be it resolved, the Board of Education appoints Mauricio Arellano, superintendent, to serve as board secretary through December 2023 in place of Executive Assistant Katrin Ballantyne.
Moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Mr. Husky. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 7.2, recess as the San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education. We will now recess as San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 8, meeting the Board of Directors of San Bernardino School Financial Corporation is now in session and all directors are present. We'll move on to 8.1, appointment of Corporation Secretary Treasurer. Let me get caught up here. All right, the December 13, 2022 meeting of the Board of Directors of the San Bernardino Schools Financial Corporation. The board appointed Katrin Ballantyne, Executive Assistant, as interim Secretary Treasurer due to superintendent vacancy. Be it resolved, Mauricio Arellano, Superintendent, be appointed as the Corporation Secretary Treasurer through December 2023 in place of Executive Assistant Katrin Ballantyne.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Mr. Husky, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 8.2. Adjournment of San Bernardino Schools Financing Corporation and reconvene as the Board of Education, San Bernardino City Unified School District. Do I have a motion to adjourn San Bernardino Schools Financing Corporation?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Mr. Husky. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. San Bernardino School Financing Corporation meeting is now adjourned. We will now reconvene as the Board of Education, San Bernardino City Unified School District. Moving on to item 9, reports by union organizations. 9.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
We have none.
There's No report. 9.2, California School Employee Association.
Yes, we do.
All righty. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Great to hear you.
Okay. All right. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Ariano, and Cabinet. My name is Robin Rucker, and I'm here on behalf of CSEA. First, I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Sandra Rodriguez for her Distinguished Service Award, and congratulations and well-deserved, Dr. Rodriguez. CSEA has been working on bringing our dedicated and hardworking rec aides into the CSEA family. We are working through that process and we'll keep you updated as we get more information. As you know, late start is approaching very quickly. CSEA and the district have been working very hard to implement the new start times. We understand that there may be a few bumps along the way, but the safety and security of our district students and staff are of the utmost concern. With that being said, we look forward to the district late start town hall meeting on May 15th. We are hoping that some of the questions, comments, and concerns that members have will be discussed and answered at that time. Finally, on behalf of CSEA, I'd like to give a big shout out and thank you to our hardworking and dedicated members. You keep everything moving along smoothly. Your work is appreciated. And also I want to thank the board for the resolution and recognition for Classified Employee Week. And thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. You have a good evening as well. All right, 9.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
No report. Thank you very much. 9.4, San Mateo School Police Officers Association.
No report.
9.4, no report. Thank you very much. Move on to 10.0, reports and presentations. And we'll go to 10.1, CAPS presentation.
Well, board, we are so excited to share the wonderful things that are happening in our expanded learning program. Today, we have Director Ann Pearson and her hardworking, dedicated team to present on all of the happenings that we've been able to accomplish this past year. With that being said, I'd like to pass it to the fabulous Ann Pearson.
Thank you. That's a great introduction. So good evening, Board President, Dr. Wyatt, Vice President, Mr. Tillman, board members, Superintendent Ariano, Cabinet, and the audience members that are left. My name is Ann Pearson, and I'm the Director of Expanded Learning, our Sunrise and CAPS programs. I'm also joined by a few people from my team, which is my coordinator, Laura Vega, and one of my program specialists, Lisa Grizel. So tonight we're going to be presenting we're presenting you with an overview of the 2022-2023 school year in our Expanded Learning Sunrise CAPS department. We're also going to talk really briefly about our future plans, as well as show you a video of our expanded learning journey so far. So with the addition of roughly $54 million a year from the ELOP Expanded Learning Opportunity Program funding, and under the direction and vision of Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, Dr. Sandra Rodriguez, the Expanded Learning Department has embarked on a mission to make sure our scholars have the same opportunities as scholars in more affluent districts and scholars of affluent parents. This is a collaboration across every department in the district. And in the upcoming video, you're going to see several of the projects that either we are funding or we are leading. Now, I like to say we love a good theme in expanded learning. So this summer, we have a blockbuster summer program, which centers around the movies. So each week, we have a theme of a different popular movie. So we have an Avatar week, we have a Jurassic Park week, we have a Lego movie week, and a Star Wars week. So with the Star Wars theme in mind, I would like to present a video to you that shows you that in the expanded learning program, we don't do average, we do awesome. that. A shout out to Robert Ruff, who is one of our program specialists and completed that video for us. That is our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and wonderful video. Board, I'm gonna look left and look right. Ms. Rosales Medina?
I do want to ask, because at the end it did give the summer program. From what time to what time will that be? Do you know?
So we're teaming up with ed services for several of the days, but the days we're required 7:30 to 5:30 as part of the ELOP funding, so we have to do 30 additional non-student days. So our program will run 7:30 to 5:30. 12 of those days will be in, yes, 8 to 1 with academics, so we'll be there that whole time, and then we will collaborate with our ed services partners. And I think we're going to run 7 additional days after that, just because that's what's required by the grant.
And is it open enrollment, or are you targeting specific maybe students that need extra support, or how are you reaching out?
So for the CAPS portion of it, it's open to anyone that wants to enroll up until we reach our limit. For the academic portion, I'll let Mrs. Applegate address that.
So our site leaders have prioritized. We have students that need the additional help, but it's open pretty much to everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
I'm sorry, and please forgive me. I haven't been feeling super well today, but the purpose of this presentation was just to kind of highlight, give us an update.
Just an update, yes, just a year in review of what we've done and then what's coming on upcoming for the summer.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just thought it was really short. I was expecting to see something in writing or something in addition to like a video. So I don't know if that's something that we can kind of like also have something more concrete that maybe we can. Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Mary Ellen Grande?
I'm just curious about how many children do you serve, and if parents get to see this great video that you just put on for us?
So we have 15,000 enrolled currently that attend on a regular basis, probably closer, like every day, probably closer to 9,000 or 10,000. But again, part of the ELOP opportunity, the funding is really to allow kids to drop in. So it's got a couple different rules than our ACES and our 21st century, which requires, ADA to be adhered to. So we're encouraging the drop-in. So if you want to come in and do clown school, which is what they had for our greatest spring break on earth, they had clown school, and they just wanted to do that, they can. If you heard Shandon Hill's presentation earlier, they have different clubs, different days. So with this this funding opportunity, they're allowed to do that. They can just drop in on the days they want, or we can have them every day. So
just to add to that, remember, we're trying to create opportunities that more affluent communities offer to their students. So if they want to come just for piano, they can come just for that. If they want to come just for swim, they can do that. Or if they need daycare, they can stay there till the very end of the day. So there's lots of flexibility to meet the needs, the diverse needs of our families.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander.
Thank you for your presentation. You had mentioned something about movie night, or was it just movies?
So we like themes, right, to make it fun. So we had the greatest spring break on earth for spring break, and then for summer it's blockbuster. We're calling it Blockbuster Summer. So what we're doing is each week the lesson plans that my program specialists are writing for my youth leaders and site leads revolve around those different movies. So it'll be all about Jurassic Park. So there'll be some dinosaur things going on. With the Lego movie, there's going to be a lot of Lego activities in addition to what we're already doing, because that's kind of part of the curriculum anyway. So we're just trying to make it highly entertaining, get kids to want to come and stay there and make learning fun. There's also always academic block, enrichment block, and recreation block.
Okay, thank you. So was there any consideration, I know this is focused on our schools and our communities, but does the city does something like that too with Parks and Rec? Is there a way to maybe see if we could expand upon our base and maybe collaborate with them?
I actually just met with the director of Park and Rec from City of San Bernardino, Liddy. I think it was not last week, the week before. And her and I have talked about the different collaborations, a lot of it being the advertisement for the programs that the city is already doing. People don't know to take advantage. So we
Right.
even talked about helping them out with flyers at the neighboring schools to the community centers.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for your presentation, your succinct presentation. I appreciate it. But I do have one question, and this was prior to COVID. We used to have at one time a waiting list for CAPS. Do we still have that waiting list?
I think as of 4 weeks ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we've solved the waiting list issue. Also, what we did is we put an RFP out for a temp agency, for lack of a better word. So we have an agency that provides us substitutes, not only because some of our vendors are small, so that they don't really have a sub pool, and we don't want to be at a ratio, but also to alleviate where we needed 1 or 2 extra youth leads, and the vendors just couldn't provide it. So now we have a sub pool, but they can also be kind of like permanent subs. So last time I checked, it might have, and correct me if I'm wrong, because they're in the trenches more than me, I thought we cleared them.
We're cleared.
I believe we're cleared.
Well, that's outstanding. I know since I came on the board, that's always been a concern. So that is quite an achievement. So I want to applaud you and the team on that. That is so great to hear, because one of our biggest concerns is we don't want our kids on the street.
Right.
We want them in our schools, and we want them learning and doing these awesome activities and experiences. And going to get me a little emotional now. That's been an 8-year battle for me. And
Yeah.
so to hear that really does bring joy to my heart. And so thank you. Vice President Tillman.
I just want to make sure, you said waiting list, but are any parents being denied when they request? Because that's when I get the phone calls. I watched the board meeting. You said nobody's on the wait list and everybody can get in. And I got told that my child can't go to the program. So do we have any sites where parents are being denied?
If that happens, then we need to be notified, and then we reach out to the site lead, because chances are what we do is we over enroll because kids are not there every day. So sometimes, the last couple years have been a little scary with, I just had 4 people call out. Now I'm out of ratio. I got 100 kids and, just a few youth leads. So we're trying to reassure our site leads. We have people, we have a sub system now. If you think you're going to be out of ratio, you just tell us, and don't tell people that, no, we don't have it. We have the resources now where you need another person because now you're 5 over, we'll get you another person.
That's good
So
to know.
if they are told that, we just need to know, and we immediately address it.
Yeah, right now I contact Dr. Rodriguez. So
Yes. And then we said, what did you say? No. We
All
will
right.
say, we'll take care of it right away.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you again, and wow, great job. Just keep looking forward to more innovation and more exciting experiences for our kids. I hope this week's Star Wars, you know that, right? It's the 4th. May the 4th be with you. So.
Yeah, that's true. It's for the summer, so it's not yet, but
I
that
was telling
would
Mr.
be,
Arniano, I looked down at my tie, I said, oh my God, I don't know if I have a Star Wars tie or not.
that would be great to
Thursday,
put into
so I
our
gotta
lesson
get
plans
one.
for next year, for sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. 10.2 ESSER plan update, and I'll hand that off to, is that you, Dr. Rodriguez, again? Or is it, can we start it? Oh, it's Mohammed. Mohammed, Mr. Aslam, all right.
Thank you, Dr. White. Good evening, board. Tonight, we're going to present our district ESSER funding. I will give you an update on ESSER funding, as well as our student and staff devices. The presenter with me tonight is our Director of Fiscal Services, Tris Wee, and I will join with her. So I'm going to go walk down there and answer any issues and concerns you may have. So I'll go join with her.
Good evening, Superintendent Ariano, Board President Dr. Wyatt, board members, cabinet, and those remaining in the audience. I'm here to present an update on the elementary and secondary school emergency relief resources, more broadly known as our ESSER funds. Tonight's presentation will include an overview of the remaining COVID-19 resources that we have received since March of 2020. We will look at our expenditures by fiscal year, and we'll do a brief highlight of expenditures in each resource. We will also review our available resources for 23-24, and finally we'll talk about the devices that have been updated since 2020. I would like to start with a definition of the resources that we will be discussing this evening. They tend to be broadly categorized as ESSER funds, but there are actually multiple resources allocated from different legislation. So you'll notice on the slide that ESSER 1 is not here. ESSER 1 was a result of the CARES Act, and those funds have been fully expended and have expired. So we're only going to be discussing the resources that we currently have available for our district. ESSER 2 is a result of the second act of Federal Relief Response to COVID-19, CRRSA. This was passed in December of 2020, and the purpose of these funds are to address the impact COVID-19 has had and continues to have on elementary and secondary schools across the country. These funds must be obligated by September 30th of 2023. On March 5th of 2021, Governor Newsom passed Assembly Bill 86, which provided $6.6 billion to schools across the state. This package includes the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, not to be confused with the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. The purpose of AB 86 is to provide a learning recovery program that at a minimum provides supplemental instruction and support for social and emotional well-being. These funds must be obligated by September 30th of 2024. Finally, U.S. Congress passed the American Rescue Plan, which was signed into law on March 11th, 2021. This was the third act of the federal relief in response to COVID-19 and includes ESSER 3. This is the largest of the funds and also addresses the impacts of COVID-19, including learning loss mitigation, and these funds also must be obligated by September 30th of 2024. Here you will see how the funding was allocated to San Bernardino City Unified in each resource and how much was spent in each fiscal year. ESSER 2 has provided almost $110 million in COVID relief funds. These funds will be fully expended by September 30th of this year. We received $23.5 million from Assembly Bill 86, which will be fully expended by September of next year. Finally, SBCUSD was allocated almost $241 million with ESSER 3. Looking at this chart, you can see that we ramped up support in 21-22 when our students returned to in-person instruction in August of 21.
Sorry about that.
That's
I think,
okay.
Vice President Tillman had a question on
Sure.
that particular slide.
I need some clarification on the chart.
Sure.
So I'm assuming this number where it says allocation is the total amount allocated, correct? For those programs.
I'm sorry, say that once again.
Where it says allocation, like the 109 billion, that was the total amount allocated.
Correct.
For that
For
program.
ESSER 2, correct.
Right. And then across the board. The question, so when you say fiscal year 2021 actuals, that means that $2.8 million was spent that year.
Correct.
And for where you have estimated for 2022, 2023, you're estimating we're going to spend 72 million in ESSER 2, and you're estimating you're going to spend 1.25 million AB 86, and you estimate you're going to spend 60 million in ESSER 3, right?
That is correct, Mr. Tillman.
And in terms of those estimates, because we're close to the end of the year, are we going to meet those estimates?
Yes.
Okay. And then these remain, so the last one are going to be the amount remaining for 2023, 2024, which means we'll have 145 million in ESSER 3 that hasn't been spent.
That's correct. That's what we'll be spending in 23-24.
And I'm assuming that I guess my concern is, do you have these estimates? That means that somebody has a plan on what you're going to spend the money on.
Correct.
So
the estimates for 22-23 are either already spent or encumbered.
right, I guess I'm looking at the 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024, because I hear from sites just asking for basic stuff and being told no. So is it because they're not getting the information to the sites? Should I not have, or maybe I'm wrong, is this not a lot of money? Does this mean that
It is a lot of money.
yeah, so why would people not be able to get copies and why do I have, maybe tell me if I'm wrong though, why do I have teachers writing letters to parents asking to donate tissue and stuff?
So my office is not telling people no. However, if there are incidents where that's happening, if you could please let Mohammed know so that he can let us know and we can address it directly. As far as the teachers writing letters asking for tissue, that's.
So my point to Mr. Ariano, there's a disconnect, right? I can't have a parent saying, I got a letter asking for tissue and pencils to donate to the school, and you're talking about having an extra $141 million, because those to me are the priority items that we should be spending money on. So I don't know how we get everything in sync where we make sure those things, at least until 2024, are covered. There should not be a letter going out from a teacher asking for supplies. And that does not mean that the principal tells the teacher, shut up and don't ask for it. It means that the principal gets the teacher the supplies that she's asking for,
Agreed.
as long as they're reasonable. So how do we do that? That's the question.
May I?
And my fear is, if you're not factoring that into this number that says the estimate that's going to be spent, then you're going to spend this money on a whole bunch of other stuff, and I still got parents getting letters asking for stuff, and that bothers me.
May I just respond to Mr. Tillman's concern? Mr. Tillman, first of all, I want to be clear, it's not an ESSER funding issue. Let me be clear. It is an issue coming from the side, either they're not communicating with us directly, saying there's a lack of funding, and we have an issue, health and safety issue. You're talking about tissues and others. It's a health and safety issue. We're not going to sit tight and say, no, you have no funding. But furthermore, I want to be clear to the board, we allocate funding to every site from general fund, allocations per students for need such as tissues, anything else they need every year. So that is not, then funding should not be the issue, what you're hearing from people perhaps. And as Trish is saying, please refer to us, and we like to handle those issues, because the money is not a factor. I think it's how they're handling the concerns and the response they're giving us, and easy to blame the funding sources instead of saying, and you'll be surprised to see, we see money at the end of the year, school not spending. And I'm being honest with you, my 34 years in this business is not if. I see it every year. We're not holding the money, school saying you cannot spend this money. We gave that money to spend for the right reason, for right purposes. If the school not managing, and we do the oversight responsibility of the funding and assist them to make sure the process go through on time and smoothly, but we perform that. We're not holding fund and see at the end of the year money surprise savings for the district. We don't see that. And furthermore, I want to say this: we see, I call this a lack of planning. I must say this. And number two, I see when we give them a deadline, purchasing deadline, they start spending money. That's not the way it should be. I'll be honest with you.
So maybe we can explore a process. I know I sent Mr. Ariano a list that some teachers got together and said they wanted these items, and they don't seem unreasonable to me. Most 90% are like, can be done. So maybe we can do something, Mr. Ariano, to ensure that the teachers at the sites are getting the basic things they're requesting supplied. There's going to be sites where you have administrators telling them, we don't have the money, even though that's not the case. So, and I'm saying we go the extra mile only because it's so important, right? And so maybe you guys can, work on something, bring it back to the board, because what I don't want to see happen is you spend the money on a whole bunch of other stuff, and then the basic needs aren't being met.
I agree with you. And again, I call this health and safety issue for our students. So we cannot just compromise on the issue.
All right, thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Alexander.
I have a few questions. So my first one is in reference to what have we spent the money on? I see highlights of expenditures, but what have we obligated our money to? Because I heard you say that we will use all the money.
So I have it coming up in the next couple of slides.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like to wait, I can go over that. If that's okay, or you.
Sure. I think it's important. Yeah.
Go ahead, I think we responded.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And
I think we, because I had another question besides that one.
Oh, that's smart part.
If there's questions on the slides up until now, I mean, that's what we're asking for. What I would ask after this is that we're almost halfway through the presentation, that we finish, write your questions on each slide, so when we're done, we can ask all the questions then. Usually we try to find a breaking point in the middle, which we're at right now, which is a good slide, but I would recommend we do that. But if there are any questions right now, let's ask those right now on these.
I think it's critically important to hear what we've already obligated the funds to, because I think the point was that we are going to utilize those funds. So curious to know that, and then the prioritization of how we go about doing that, because it says highlights. So highlights is a little different than what we've obligated.
Correct. So the next slide goes over.
And I'm sorry, did
I'm
Ms. Rosales Medina or Ms. Mariana Grande on the slide so far?
I'm okay with waiting, and the thing is that, I mean, a lot of it, I'll just wait until, but I do have a lot of questions with this.
Okay.
Each slide, try to make your notes, please. Ms. Grande, same thing? Okay, all right, let's go ahead and then we'll knock it out and have lots of questions. Thank you.
Okay. So this is going over the ESSER2 resource. This pie chart here shows the years that we did expend ESSER2 funds. They have been primarily spent in this year in 22-23. However, some of the major investments that were spent in prior years were on the startup of our new school for Virtual Academy. We also used ESSER2 to increase the sub-teacher rate, additional student supervision, custodial overtime, and connectivity stipends. We have also provided support for both athletics and school field trips for the increased transportation costs that we are experiencing right now. Furniture purchased with ESSER2 has been used for specialized learning spaces to support small group instruction, as well as STEAM and makerspace furniture for student engagement. AB 86 was used to expand summer school to all sites in summer of 21 and summer of 22, including the cost of paraprofessionals. Other expenditures include investments in supplemental instruction, such as hand-to-mind books, additional learning subscriptions, such as Renaissance and Imagine Learning, and professional development for teachers across the district. And then finally, ESSER3 has been used to support our district safety response to COVID-19 with implementation of COVID liaisons, as well as providing tests, supplies, and personal protective equipment. We are expanding access to resources throughout the district with the addition of the Welcoming Resource Center, updating the Cardinal Child Care Center, and adding the Sierra School-Based Health Clinic with funds received from ESSER3. And then our plan for 23-24 includes continued support of our paraprofessionals with AB 86. ESSER3 will be used to finish our Welcoming Resource Center. We will continue to support guest teachers at all of our sites. Materials, supplies, and subscriptions will continue to be provided that address learning loss that has occurred during the pandemic. In addition, ESSER3 will continue to support summer school, social emotional learning, and tutoring throughout our district. And this would probably be a good time for questions, Dr. Wyatt, if you're okay with that. And then Mr. Islam is going to go through the next slide.
Okay, so with the funding that we're going to receive, which is that we have to spend by 2023, 2024, AB 86 and ESSER3, how are those items selected? Because the reason why I'm asking is because we had done, board members of what we want to, how we want the funding to be spent. I really don't see any of it in here. So, because I know we came up with some great, and we never had a follow through. So then how, you gave some highlights. How did you come up with those highlights? Whose ideas were those?
So the highlights chosen from each of the resources were the larger expenditures from each of the resources. So from ESSER2, ESSER3, AB 86, we took the larger dollar amounts, and those were some of the highlights. As far as your request with the board feedback and how we decided, this was part of the ESSER3 plan, but we did take feedback from the board priorities And we looked at what had been funded with other resources and what we could put in for ESSER dollars.
So then how were these selected then? Who selected these? The highlights on this page. So was this, through
I
the
selected
cabinet?
those just from the largest of the expenditures
I
that
know,
we had
but
had.
even within the largest expenditures, who selected those to say, you know what, this is where we're gonna, this is where we're gonna allocate the funding? Was it a cabinet meeting? What was it? How did you ended up selecting those?
So many of those were selected at the beginning of the pandemic with our, go ahead, Ms. Applegate, thank you.
And Cabinet, if you remember, I brought the AB 86 plan that was created with teachers, staff, with community. And we also have to remember that ESSER, especially ESSER 3, has 3 criteria. There are 3 components where you absolutely have to spend the money within that criteria. So we looked at all of that as we, allocated expenditures. But I did bring AB 86 and I got board approval from that from you. And then ESSER 3 was also an effort to address learning loss, looking at the data. And in those 3 categories, we had some money left over, which I think then went to facilities. And we did go to the state and get that approved as well.
The thing, but you got that approved through us? Is that what you're saying?
AB 86, yes.
No, the ESSER 3.
Oh, ESSER 3, the criteria the state sets forth. And then many of your board priorities, those are actually an LCAP because those are ongoing funds. These are one-time funds. So some of the things that you asked for, like the wellness center, that would have to be paid for out of ongoing funds. And so the majority of that is an LCAP, the 10 priorities that you have. The foreign language that you asked for, there were several different ones. Those have to be out of ongoing funds.
And I think
these will expire.
Yeah, but since I think we had that budget, I don't think we've received of where those items went and to what funding models that we suggested to have those. So it would, that would be good of an update. So then a lot of the stuff are not allocated in here because they're used in another funding.
Yes, and these are
through another
one-time
funding
funds,
source.
so they're going to go away. But absolutely, we would bring that back to you on
We
what
can
was
provide that allocated. update, yes.
Okay.
We have that.
And then I know with the ESSER 3, there's the Welcoming Resource Center. Were there any other funding models that we could have pulled from to, fund that area? Because, there might be the wellness centers that we could have looked at funding or something else that we could have looked at funding versus this one.
And I believe, I know Mr. Precy isn't here, but the Welcoming Resource Center, it's the building that
Right.
we allocated the one-time funds for, because we can't allocate that out of LCAP. LCAP serves our 3
No,
populations.
I know, I'm referring to it because there's other funding that are through facilities. So it's not necessarily through ESSER. There's facilities fundings, or maybe I'm mistaken that the facilities have their own
Islam
funding.
can speak to that, but I believe we wanted to expend these funds since
The
it's
board,
expiring.
the current facilities funding we have, they're all earmarked for existing project or projects forthcoming. So it's nothing available to allocate for a Welcome Resource Center. So we felt this is a one-time funding resource that we have, and we can use this for building this our welcome, and it's meant for students. So this is the right use of the ESSER money. So that's how we try to use that funding. Yeah, to answer you, what you're asking for, is there any other funding available from the facility? Answer is no.
So there isn't any other funding for this.
Not
For the Welcoming Center.
No, how much we need to build a facility, we don't.
Okay, so then that's why you pulled from here.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, and then when you look at transportation, you look at let me see, the classroom furniture replacements, are all those something that you see that is necessary? Like, for instance, the transportation, what does that consist of?
The transportations we're talking about, we have to, and you see a resolution tonight on the agenda, even to see it on the agenda for approval. We felt this is the best use of one-time money. These are one-time expenditures, the buying.
What does that cover, though? Is that for additional buses? We don't have, of course, we contract out, so then what would that be used for?
Those, the transportation we're referring to, the need for the operation. You recall that we need 26 replacement vehicle for M&O. I believe it's 6 for family engagement. So again, we're trying to use, again, keeping in mind, this is a one-time. I must say this over again, one time. So we're looking for what's the best use of one time of expenditures, not ongoing.
There's an item 12.2.
Yes.
Ms. Medina.
And furthermore, I must remind myself and to all of you, this is a restricted program. It has a certain rules and guidelines we have to follow to ensure when the federal government will come audit us, then we don't have to return the money back because this did not comply with the guidelines. So some of the things we are required to get state approval, and you see on the resolutions, I did stated that pending state approval, because we cannot just spend the money where we see there's a need, use this one-time money for that purposes. We have to follow the rules.
All right, I just would have been, it's just a lot of this information wasn't given to us as an option before. Now that we see it already been allocated and spent, and we weren't part of that. At least I didn't feel like I was part of that decision making of which items we should or should not set as priorities. But okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Alexander.
Just had a few questions. So I believe I heard Dr. Applegate, you said that we did check in with the parents. I know you received board approval, but it was still engagement with the parents as well. Okay. Then my other question is just level of prioritization. So for the ESSER 3, are there series? Are you going to do, I mean, what is the plan in terms of just investing in all the items you have listed?
So for the items we have listed, we already have allocated funds, and then we have done we've done many work groups with our different departments and with different educational partners to get that priority list for the remaining funds.
And the employee costs, is that for a recruitment effort for?
That's various. So it could be stipends, overtime. It could be for our one-time compensation, increased substitute teacher rate for employee retention, recruitment. So yes, there's various sources for employee costs.
Thank you.
All righty, Ms. Marion Grande.
Yes, I just have the one thing. The other is not that big a deal. I can say it some other time. But on this, it says AB 86 will be used to continue additional paraprofessional support throughout. And I want to say, is that paraprofessional support meaning additional personnel or paid professional development for current support personnel? Because I frankly believe that classified staff needs to have paid professional development. So often over the years, we teachers were asked to do professional development, and a lot of times it was just, instead of teaching, we got to go into a classroom. But then later, of course, we started getting paid for it. And then we were expected to go back and tell our staff every single thing we learned so then they could do it and replicate it in the classroom. So they turned us into, we weren't very good trainers. We would barely were able to glean the information ourselves. It was really hard to go and do a knowledge dump. So one of the things that I really wanted to accomplish in my term here is to see that they get more money somewhere, if not more perks or more, at the very minimum, paid professional development, the same level of quality and expertise that the teachers have. They need to hear it too, and it engages them. They need to be supported and engaged in the classroom too. And then that's what I used to like to do. I used to like to replicate myself with them, and how better to do it than with the same type of the level of quality of professional development. So that's my ask, is that does it mean exactly that, just to add more personnel, or can we train them to do the work of 2 people?
This has primarily been used to add additional paraprofessionals, particularly during expanded learning times. However, we have provided additional professional development, and I can get you the information. I can provide that for you so you can see the additional professional development we've provided, not just for certificated, but also for classified staff.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Mr. Husky.
Thank you. I want to go back because you mentioned we have guest teachers on here and we have employee costs on here. Are these classified employees, certificated employees, administrative employees? Like who is specifically in the employee class? Because you have guest teachers elsewhere.
Correct. So I did separate out guest teachers just so that we could highlight that. However, the employee costs do include that, like I mentioned earlier, the increased sub-teacher rate, the increased custodial overtime. Go here,
So
sorry.
employee costs are supplemental costs, whereas
Correct.
guest teachers are actual bodies.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, so these are just supplemental costs. They're not actually bodies that will, okay. So then that goes to my next question, which is on the guest teachers and on the additional paraprofessionals, which will go, both of those will go through 23, 24. And I know a lot of the sites have really appreciated those additional guest teachers to either provide, well, lots of support, but sometimes also coverage, right? We will lose these guest teacher positions and the paraprofessional positions come 24, 25 because these funds will expire.
We're exploring other ways to support them long term. So for 23, 24, we'll use the ESSER funds to support. However, I know that Ms. Sargent has been working with various groups to find, her and I have discussed how we can support them long term and the effectiveness.
Are there any other bodies, people who will be affected by ESSER 2 leaving this year and then AB 86 and ESSER 3 leaving in after the?
No, so we've not funded ongoing positions with one-time funds.
Except for the guest teachers and the
Correct.
paraprofessionals.
Correct.
The paraprofessionals were not new positions. It was our paraprofessionals getting additional hours to support the classroom. So we didn't create new ones in ESSER for them.
So we would see it as a reduction,
Yes,
not
it could
as
be a
an
reduction if we
elimination.
didn't find another source. That's correct.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. Mr. Biles?
Thank you. So for me, there's a lot of questions and there's still a lot of gaps, maybe if you will, in maybe in my knowledge of understanding. A lot of things moved very rapidly, very quickly, and we received a lot of money. And then a lot of things happened with personnel. Our CBO left, our previous superintendent left. And so there was a lot of gaps for me when it comes to coming in and learning what the board had set as priorities before. And I know we kind of like re-engaged in that process. I'm gonna be very honest with you, and I'm gonna be very honest because I'm gonna share the concerns that I had then and the concerns that continue to remain for me now. And that is just very specifically for me, it's always been, how are our expenditures tied to our district goals and how are we measuring progress? And so I know that this is additional funding, but for me, it comes down to those very simple terms, right? What are our district goals? And how is the money that we are utilizing and spending, how are those supporting our goals, one? But then two, what's our baseline on those goals? Like, I want actual data, right, on the goals of that money to be able, so that I am able to see, okay, this money that we are spending is supporting this district goal that we have, and it's actually increasing by this much, right? That's the piece for me that is lacking. And I know that the priorities have kind of been embedded into kind of like the LCAP. I do remember having that conversation, but I think where the confusion comes for me is where I'm not able to make that connection of the money that we're spending, and then how is that supporting our goals, and are they moving up or down, or what is it? So I just kind of wanted to say that because that's what I've been saying from the beginning. It's just not aligning for me. It's not matching. Maybe it has to be presented for me in a different fashion, or maybe I have to have a personal one-on-one or maybe a board workshop. I don't know what it is, but I'm not making that connection.
Thank you.
President Tillman.
Yes. You know, to be fair, you know, my perspective on this is totally different because I worked in county government for so long, and I've experienced having to spend money by a deadline. And if you've never worked in an environment, you're not going to understand how crazy the process is. But if you read the paper, the Sun, you read where the county spent back $4 million of homeless money. It went unspent. And it's because we had a new CEO and somebody wasn't ensuring that the money got spent. And you look out the window from their office and you see the whole park filled with homeless people. So you can't tell me they couldn't have found a way to utilize those funds. But the challenge is this: it happens quick. It's almost like a blink of an eye in terms of having to get everything in line to make it happen and to expend this money. And that's why I've been harping on it from the very beginning, because I know how difficult it is. Because number one, you have to get bids. Once you get the bids, then you hope the person can do it. If they can't do it, they drop out. You got to find some way to get another vendor so you can spend the money. So that's a huge thing. And with this next money we have, Muhammad has to make sure it qualifies, like you said. You say you have to get state approval. How long is the turnaround for the state approval?
Chris, you can help me on that. It takes a month.
It's about a month right now, Mr. Tillman. For the majority of these items, we've already received state approval.
Right. So, but if you were to change and the board had,
correct,
you don't have time to have the amount of meetings we would have to have for you to have the back and forth conversation to get exactly what you wanted to align with, like you said, outcomes. That's not the type of money it is. We literally got money that was associated with COVID-19.
You're correct.
And the benefit is we have a lot of needs.
Yes.
And what we're trying to do is say we're not going to send back this money.
You're correct.
Because we have too many needs in the district.
You're correct.
And we're going to do what it takes to spend the money. I'll give you a perfect example. I want to prime the pump for an item coming up, and that is the one for the vehicles you're asking for.
You're correct.
And I said it before, because of supply chain issues, you're not going to get the specific vehicles that you want. But I've said this from the beginning.
Correct.
You're better off with a new car. And I just saw an old 1977 raggedy truck with our logo on the side of it going past my house. So you can't tell me that we're not better off with a new truck than we are with those old trucks. And to use what Miss Alexander said, it helps the kids. The kids are a whole lot better off with a 2023 truck than they are having a 1977 dually going to pass their house. But I say this, so the choice becomes this. Are we going to buy $1 million worth of combustible engine cars because those type of cars aren't available in electric and we have to spend the money by 2024? Or are we going to say because we can't get solar cars that we're not going to buy new cars? And I say to the board, we're better off buying new vehicles now with this windfall of money than not. And I'm off, and I know I'm talking about the pollution thing because it came up and the climate change. But for me, it's just, who wants to ride around in an old truck that's barely getting by? You're better off spending the money that we're getting. It's an advantage to us. This district has, when Muhammad was here last time, we built 15 schools.
Yes.
And we built them, most of them we got for free from the state.
100% funded by the state.
And the reason why we did it is because they had a program called Hardship.
Yes.
And the district had to position itself in terms of debt and putting in applications fast enough to get the money.
You're correct.
The faster you did it, the more money you got.
You got it.
And I knew right then we would get more schools built in this district than any other district because government doesn't normally move fast. And we expedited the process. That's how it happened. It's no different than this. You're going to find that school districts throughout the state are going to have this money unspent because they're not going to expedite the process. The key here is expediting the process. And that's not to say that if you know of items that you want to be taken care of, that's why I brought up today. The school supplies have got to be taken care of. That you can't do it, that you can't change that. We could have a special board meeting within the next 2 weeks where you guys could itemize this stuff. But let me say this, if you look at this item on here about approving POs and consent, just click on it. It goes on forever. I was looking at it, just look at it. We buy so much stuff, and you talk about hundreds of millions of dollars. I know what it is because I've dealt with it forever working in the Treasury Taxer's office. But I'm telling you, it goes on and on and on and on. So the key is if you have some items that you think aren't included and that may qualify, there's still a little bit of time where the board can weigh in.
Mr. Tillman, you covered the whole scenario. I appreciate what you're saying. I want to spread with the board of trustee. The key is we received this large bucket full of money because of costs. We all know the cost. We never seen this type of money ever. I can speak going back my 34 years in this business. So we all understand why the money came and what's the purpose. And Mr. Tillman just touched on giving a short window of deadline. That was a challenge for us. And as you speaking of the process, the government and the school district, we don't not like a private industry. I can buy things tomorrow, go shopping for this. We have to follow the state, federal, local rules and guidelines. We're governed by all the rules and guidelines we must follow. This is on our shoulder. We must comply. So saying all this, we are careful. I'm going to speak to you very clear and loud and no, without any, we're very careful where we are saying how this money can be used and what type of expenditures. And as Mr. Tillman kept on saying, we don't want to see money as return. We as a need every dollar, every penny we can use for our district. So we understand the rules and guidelines. We understand the deadline. We are monitoring daily and weekly. Every week I'm asking for update. We have a full-time managers that are overseeing this program to ensure what you were just referring to. There's nothing surprise to us. You don't want to hear surprise at the end of the day. That's what I stand for. And I'm giving you a full commitment to you that the San Francisco School District will not be returning a dime back on ESSER money. We're going to spend, and we know how to spend it. At the end of the day, understanding the rules and guidelines, we will be able to spend the money money will not be left out, that unspent and returned, as you're giving an example, to the county government. That's not going to happen. I'm telling you, I'm giving my full commitment. You can hold me 100% fully accountable because the system we have, our team, closely seeing through every day. It's not going to happen overnight. We understand the process. We understand the deadline approaching us. Every day matters to us. We're closely monitoring. So that's the reason we are careful what category, or if a facility project required 18 months, do we have an 18 months to use this money? Answer is no. I'm not going to use this funding to put in a category, put a high risk. Then we're in trouble. I don't want to bring a project half done because the funding is disappear or funding we can use anymore. That's a problematic. We're not going to do that. So we as a team, we're careful. My team and our staff, we're carefully and working to our services, student service, our cabinet. We're very careful where the money can be connected to what type of expenditure to avoid this last minute spending without a lack of planning. So we are, I'm going to say once again, we're monitoring as we speak, and if you need, we can give you a frequent update going forward. And if that makes the board feel comfortable, we like to give you like a monthly update, or going forward. As you all understand, we have a 2 deadline approaching, as September 23rd, which is in the corner, and September 24th. And Mr. Tillman, you asked me, is those deadline could be considering for any extension? My answer is no. As of right now, we know the answer is no. And make no mistake, this is a federal money coming to the state. And at the end of the day, we got a response from the state, even the state approving the category we want to spend. So make no mistake, if federal government sending the audit, to audit it, they may disqualify you. But that is, I cannot wait for that. No, we say we're going by state approval because the state using the federal guidelines, giving us approval. So anything are not clear to us, we're asking for approval to make sure we're not using money in the wrong category. So again, this is we are very careful. We understand our obligations, and we are monitoring as we speak.
Thank you, Mr. Islam. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, it just seems that at this point, I mean, I get what Mr. Tillman is saying. You know, we want to make sure we're spending the money, and I do understand what you're saying, that we want to spend the money, that we don't want to return anything. But I think we've had conversations of what can we allocate fundings towards, and setting priorities with that it feels like now we're at a point where, you know, we made a lot of suggestions and it never came to fruition. And so now that even if we try to talk about it, it's going to take too long to get the approval of facilities or whatever it is. And that's where my frustration is coming in, because that could have been a conversation we have had, but there was no follow-up or no follow-through for us. And then whoever made the decision behind, you know, maybe the scenes, did it without, you know, us really being involved in it. We made suggestions, but we never really got the chance to really delve in. You know, what Ms. Ceballos mentioned, you know, setting the how, you know, aligns with our priorities and so forth. I mean, that would have been something we could have just, you know, had a conversation. When I seen the Welcoming Resource Center, I thought, you know what, we already had areas of where that money was going to come from. And that is also, it's a one-time funding for the building, but it's, you know, it's no different than what we were looking at with ICUC Youth that were suggesting, you know, mental health wellness centers. You know, the pushback was, well, it's ongoing cost. No, well, apparently a Welcoming Center, Resource Center is also an ongoing cost, but yet whoever decided wasn't part, Welcoming Center, Resource Center was not part of, I can't recall ESSER 3, and yet now it's in there, when the pushback for us to push for health, wellness centers was because, you know, you can't do this, and yet I'm seeing that up there. So that's where my concern is, like, we could have had this plan. Now we're at a stage where, you know, even if we try to, well, maybe we can switch it up. Welcoming Center, we've been planning this for years before even ESSER arrived. So how were they planning to fund it back then? I don't know. And now all of a sudden it appears here. So anyways, those are, in the future, when we do receive any additional funds, I really would like a follow through with board interaction and seeing this is how we're gonna ensure we're allocating the funds. It doesn't change afterwards, and then now we're kind of surprised. So just keep us, you know, informed, and that goes with you since you're in the department as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosales Medina. Mr. Laos.
So again, when I speak, I speak for myself, and I spoke for myself. Maybe I'm not making the connection. So I just want to make sure that I address that. I'm not saying that we should have delayed the process, because that's what it's sounding in Mr. Tillman's interpretation of your comments. It sounded like you were summarizing mine, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should have delayed the process. I understand that it's a big amount of money to have been spent. What I'm saying, and I'm going to repeat myself, I just want to make sure that there's alignment in where we're spending the money and how we're spending the money. We have district goals for a reason. Otherwise, why we have them? Let's just get rid of the goals, and let's just spend the money however we best fit, you know, see fit on a daily basis or on a monthly basis or on a site-by-site basis. But we have district goals for a reason. And I just want to see better alignment of where our money is going in terms of what those goals are. And I want to be able to see progress. Because if we're not seeing progress, then we can have the conversation of, okay, maybe we spent those resources in an area that maybe we shouldn't have. So let's reevaluate that program, or let's reevaluate if it's an ongoing program, and let's maybe shift of how we're spending our money. I think that that's a part of our job, right? To be able to see that. So that's what I'm saying. Now, AB 86, the 3.12 million, is specifically stated to say that it's to close the academic gap that the COVID-19 did. So I want to see data. once we've spent that money, where were we when we came back from COVID? And have we moved the lever towards closing that gap? And that's all I'm asking for, right? That data. I'm not saying let's not spend the money. I'm not saying, I just want to see where we're at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Ms. Alexander?
All right. I concur with all what my colleagues are saying. I think it's important for us to get regular updates and see what's budgeted for those items going back to your line of prioritization so we can see how we're progressing. And then perhaps if there is extra, then we have an input as to where we should allocate those funds. That would be my recommendation.
We can provide that for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Mr. Husky?
I don't mean to belabor, but we had several presentations earlier this year that because of late hour, we put off, we tabled, and we never brought back. And some of them, I think, had some of these funding allocations in them, and we never brought them back after we said, yeah, it's late and we want to go home. So I think we need to be more diligent about when that happens, about making sure that we agendize, because that's on us. We take it off. We need to put it back on. And I think also sometimes, like as I notice as we're going through, like some of the items that we're spending this money are in our consent items. So, we need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and making sure that we're going through to all these different pieces and seeing how that fits in. And if we have questions about, what budget, or maybe that's, I don't know if it, what budget it's coming out of, or whether it's related to ESSER or some of these funds, because I think there are, whenever we got the J2, I don't know how many meetings ago, but whenever you look at that, you look at so many budgets, it's not always easy to tell exactly where one of our priorities is in a line item. So maybe that's something that we might spend some time on. Maybe we have a special budget workshop just for the board on actually seeing how does that align, because like some of us who have been looking at these things for a long time, it's I'm like, okay, I get that. That's why that's there. That's why that's there. But I mean, some of that I think we own just because we've pushed some presentations and things off. But thank you for your presentation tonight.
Thank you, everyone. I think we are on our last slide, and that is our device update, our refresher update. Mr. Islam, thank you.
Thank you, board. This is the update I think you asked for, and we bring a quick brief update about our devices. When I say devices, we're talking about student devices, staff devices as well. As you can see the slide, it's like a 3 different bucket, and the to your left is legacy devices. They're devices that are more than 5 years old, devices that cannot no longer be updated, and you can see devices that cannot be used for under California assessment of student performance and progress testing. So underneath you see staff devices. They're teachers. We provide them a laptop. Administrative staff, secretaries, and others, office staff, we provide them a desktop. And full-time or part-time, also they share the computers. So this is how we distribute the devices for our employees. To your right on the top, you would see the student devices. As you can see, middle school and high school student, we do 1-to-1 ratio. They're taking devices to school and home, school to home, I'm sorry. Elementary student, grade 3rd through 6th, we do 1-to-1. Again, they take devices to school to home. And the last category, elementary classroom, TK to 2nd grade, we provide 2-to-1 devices. So all these devices, we summarize how much we spend over the years, going back since March 2022, we spent $59.5 million. And out of that money we purchased student devices, $107,972. And we purchased a student hotspot and a Wi-Fi. Many of our students home, they don't have an internet. So we purchased $16,000 for our students so they can access to the internet. And staff devices, we purchased 2,653, and interactive TVs, 1,344. Of the $59.5 million, $37.2 million is ESSER funding, one-time ESSER money. That's the best use of buying devices. And we're going to continue buy the devices. We're not done. This is as of now, how much we spend. As you heard, we still have remaining ESSER 3, ESSER 2 to be spent going forward September 23rd and September 24th. So it's not a stopping point. It's just we're giving you as of now. So $59.5 million, we have 46,000 students, ladies and gentlemen. When I was here, district has over 60,000 plus students. So our numbers dropped substantially over the last 10, 15 years. We currently have 10,000 student devices in the warehouse to do a refresh, as Mr. Tillman repeatedly concerned, asking me over again to make sure we're ready and available to do exchange. And we have a schedule. I provided that the devices, how we're going to deal with the student devices on a Friday board update. If you haven't seen it, I can send you again. We have a schedule, and we coordinate to our schools and administrations, and we work as a teamwork. So historically, we have 30% of our student devices that are broken, lost, or dysfunctional. And that's expectations, how we've seen in the past. So we are prepared for that replacement of under those scenarios we've seen last several years. Our IT prepared for this, so we're ready for this. That's the reason we purchased those devices early on. As Mr. Tillman says, supply chain, we all know if we order devices now, is it going to happen? Is it going to come before next school year? Absolutely no. You cannot wait for last minute purchase. So I compliment my team. I appreciate that they're being proactive, having those devices readily available and exchange as time progressing, so our students are prepared and ready beginning of the school year. We cannot, students, wait because we're ordering the devices and devices hasn't arrived yet. That's not acceptable in my mind. So we are ready for that. Again, the school side, they also buy devices their own because we allocate the funding to school. So they buy devices as needed for their staff, for themselves. So those are not, I'm not reporting that devices in here. This is what we do as a central process to the IT, to the schools and supporting our students and the program. So as you heard, we already spent $37.2 million one-time ESSER money. There's still more funding will be spent for student devices and staff devices going forward. And I'm not reporting how much we're going to spend going forward between now September 24th. The report we can bring back to you as a later date. So as of right now, this is all I can share to you regarding the student devices and staff devices. I'm open for any discussions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Islam. Vice President Tillman.
Mr. Islam, I did read the Friday update. First, I want to say this was one of the board items. We said we wanted to, and we voted to say we wanted to have the devices replaced that were 5 years or older, and we get a direction. So this is results of that. In the Friday report that you gave, you mentioned in there that the district staff has the capacity to do 3 sites per month. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's our schedule. And
one only concern is we got 72 schools. So in order for us to get all the sites refreshed, are we using outside agencies?
No, we're not. And I spoke to, may I answer this, Mr. Tillman? I know your concern. This is not something we're doing different this year. This is a routine.
Mr. Islam, as long as we can have the confidence that by the end of 2020, between 2023 and 2024 school year, that all these devices are going to be replaced and using this money, because you could hire companies to do it. I did it when I was at my job. If you try to do it yourself, it's not going to happen. But you could have companies come in, you guys tell them what sites you want to have the devices replaced at, and they do. And here's the primary concern. we shouldn't have old devices. We keep saying we're going to refresh, but I had a site come down here and they did a presentation knowing nothing about what we said about technology. And they talked about having devices that were 13 years old, and every time they got a device, it was a used device.
Okay, may I answer every one of the concern you expressed?
Yes.
We're doing twofold process. Our existing, I'm going to answer your second part. First, no, we have an obligation to exchange our student devices. We do every year at the end of the school year. So students have devices beginning of the school year.
Every student's going to have a new device at the beginning?
No, I didn't say new devices. Every student will have devices that are functional. So some students may care for the device that is good for them to give it back to them. Some of them is dysfunctional, it's not working properly, we're not let them have it. We're going to exchange. That is the process I'm talking about. Second part, you asking me, we are going to the starting bidding process to bring outside company to do an inventory. We have not done an inventory for many years. Inventory meaning not only IT area, we're talking about district assets. It's required by law. Every 2 years, we're supposed to do that. Due to the COVID-19, we kind of survive without that requirement. But talking to my team, we already started the process. You'll see an item coming to the board for awarding the bid to do an outside agency, professional firm, to do an inventory to reconcile what do we have, what do we need, and how we get there. So that process will start in October. I'm going to tell you, we started already, the bid already out by now, I believe. Laura, is the bid out now? I can hear you. Okay, so my purchasing director and IT, we've been sit down together. We said, let's move fast. As you understand, we're running out of time. So we are moving fast to get the bid process out so we can get award the bid. Bring an outside agency, professional company to do an inventory to the districts. We don't have that resource and expertise. We may have expertise, we don't have resource, as you were saying, and we have money to do that. Why not? So I agree with you. We're doing that. We're going to bring, by the time we get to the process, the bidding process, that we believe we'll have item for your approval in October or earlier. We're not delaying that process. We want to make sure we follow the due process. So that is the second steps of the to understand and reconcile what do we have, what do we don't have, and going back to your
Mr. Islam, I just want to be clear. I would like to have a commitment for a refresh of staff devices that are older than 5 years that has absolutely nothing to do with an inventory.
You're correct.
Mr. Chu has to have some idea of what devices at the sites are older than 5 years old. The teachers definitely know if they got a device older than 5 years old. And my concern is I had teachers that came down to a meeting a couple months ago. What was the school, Harmon? And they said they had devices that were 13 and 14 years old, and they always get used devices. So if it's the practice that we give certain sites used devices, that should stop with this money. So my point is this, just like you hired the company to come in and do an inventory, you can hire companies to augment what Mr. Tu is doing to do your refresh at all the sites. And we should be able to say, well, you guys tell me what the time frame is, but you got to give me a time frame on when all our sites are going to refresh and not have a device older than 5 years old. What is the timeline?
Our plan is by December. The reason we're December is saying we want to bring our side independent, not me or IT doing it, so we can get a clear picture to the board saying this is what's happening, this is what we have, and how old is the inventory, how many of them.
Is the refresh going to be done by December? The refresh.
Yes.
Not the inventory, the refresh.
Right.
That's what I want to hear. I'm happy.
Right. And the fact of the matter, I'm going to be honest with you, talking to this issue and the concerns coming from the board. We have some staff member, I'm not pointing finger. They like to hold the old devices, even though we give them a new devices. So we're not, as you're saying, some staff members say, yes, I have old devices, and we try to collect those, and we're not enforcing.
Can I ask you a question? Is there a reason why you have to collect it?
Delay for what?
Is there a reason why you have to collect the old device?
No, there's no reason to delay, but
No, I'm asking you. Is there, because I know, and it makes sense. You got to remember, there are, and Mr. Two knows this, you have old devices that may be running old operating systems, old applications
Right.
that won't run on a new one.
You're correct.
And they might have legacy information on that system that they want access to.
Right.
So I can see them saying, I want to keep this system.
Right.
You can give me a new system, but I want this other system. You can even make the requirement that it's not going to be connected to the network because it's out of compliance and no longer getting updates. But you can let them keep their device.
Yes, we are doing that.
No, but you said it was a concern that they didn't want to turn them in.
No,
My only point is, if a person doesn't want to turn in a 13-year-old machine, they shouldn't say because they don't want to turn it in, they won't get a new machine.
No, they are getting it. And I had a conversation even today with our IT director, and the mic is here behind me, and you can correct me if I'm saying wrong. I said, Mike, are we penalizing people because I'm holding my old devices and I give the update to our superintendent? I said, no. But ideally, we like to collect this. It's like keeping an old car you cannot maintain anymore. And as you're saying, it's not connecting to today's technology. So we like to collect those, and so they don't have sitting anybody's office.
All you're going to do is sell it for junk.
Yeah, I know. So we are not penalizing people not getting devices because of their holding the old devices. So that is
All
not
right.
what we're doing. We're not doing
Thank you very much. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you. I have a question regarding resident sub devices. Who provides devices for them?
I will refer to Mike. Mike, could you please? Okay, IT does that.
Okay, so it's not the school site.
You're correct.
Okay, so
It's central.
Okay, so we need to also get that out because that's not the information that's being provided to me.
School.
Right. So resident subs, and again, I just want to make it clear, resident subs could get a device or a new device if they have an old one from directly IT. And what's your name?
Mike too. Mike is our IT director.
Mike 2 is
Yeah.
who they need to contact.
Yes.
Okay. And then in addition to student devices, does every student in the district have a take-home device?
Yes. I want to make sure I'm not speaking out of my mouth.
Including elementary students?
Yes.
So there's no site that I should be getting information from that their students don't have a take-home device.
You're correct.
Either.
You're correct. And you will probably know, you probably hear some students have more than one devices. And that's why we want to reconcile what we have, how many devices are misplaced or not. That's why I call reconciliations of the district inventory.
Okay, because that's not the information that I'm getting. So I just want to make sure that that is also clear so that I can redirect, and I'm glad that we're clarifying it here, but that the students K through 12, everybody should have a one-to-one device at school, but also a one-to-one device that they are able to take home, or that's not the case. Okay, I'm seeing shake of heads of no. So they don't have one at school and then one to take home? It's just one period?
It's one device.
But actually, it's in the update in the
Yes.
You guys send it to the board.
Yeah.
There are certain grade levels that have 2-to-1. There's some that are
K
1
through
to 1.
2.
That's on my slide.
Right. It's
I'm trying to get to that, Mr.
Well,
Tillman.
it's up there in your slide that says elementary classrooms TK through 2 is 2-to-1. So what does that mean?
So they're taking one at home and one at school.
So that's what I'm asking, and you're
No,
telling me.
but not all students. You're asking all students. It's not. You can see
Okay,
that.
so it's just TK through 2, they have 2 devices to 1.
Right.
And then 3 to 6, they have only one that they
That-
transport back and forth.
It's travel with them. Yes.
As well as middle school and high school, they only get one.
You're correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ceballos. And actually, through that discussion, you answered my question because I was looking at that 2-to-1 for TK2, and I just wanted to make sure was that 2 devices to 1 student, or 2 students to 1 device.
So they're a small kid. They know he's small children.
Right.
You
No,
don't want them
I'm
carrying
actually
their devices. Yeah.
very pleased with that.
Thank you.
Because that would be my biggest concern is early grade intervention and
Yes.
making sure they have ultimate access, actually. So, I mean, Is there a lot of districts that could say they have a 2-to-1 device, 2 devices to 1 student? I mean, to me, that's unbelievable. So great job. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Thank you for that great presentation.
Thank
and
you,
lots
board.
of deep
Thank you.
conversation and discourse. We'll move on to 10.3, review and approval of the 2023-2024 Board of Education meeting calendar. Hopefully you all had a chance to look at it, and if there's any questions in there. Let me clear. I think it was Mr. Tillman. There you go, Vice President Tillman.
I know there's some, Mr. Arnold, there's some months there where we have the one meeting. And I just want to make sure that, and I want to say to my fellow board member, if we get the sense that we need a meeting, then we need to call the meeting. Even if you look at November and December, you're talking about one meeting per month, actually for 3 months. Now, historically, when that happens, then things start to stack up, and you're almost forced to have a meeting because something happens in legislature or you need to take some action. So just be willing to make sure we add a meeting in one of these months if it's necessary. Thank you.
Oh, no, we already addressed it. It's already taken care of.
Are we voting on this?
Well, no, I didn't know if there was any more discussion, so are we good? All righty.
We will vote after.
Yeah, so there's been discussion, so I would have a motion to accept the calendar as drafted.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been motioned by Vice President Tillman, seconded by Ms. Rosales Medina, I believe. Is that correct? All right. Any more discussion? I believe that's a no. Let's vote. It's hard. You two are very similar when I hear from over there. Plus, this is my bad ear, just so you know. So if I go, huh, that's why. If you want to believe me. Alrighty, motion carries. Our 2023-2024 calendar has been accepted as drafted. We will move on now to 11.0. Does that say 9:30? I mean 11.1, board members. All right, that was, yes, a message, please. And we are going to go to board member comments, and I don't have a list, looks like, on here. So I'm going to start to my right with Miss, oh, I have a light on for board member comments. Oh, you want to go first?
I was just going to say really quickly, Feliz Dia de las Madres, which is coming up. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, or for individuals that are taking up, there's parents that, they're taking that mom role as well. So grandparents, everybody else. So I want to say Feliz Dia de las Madres, which is a different day. It's on a Sunday versus here. Yeah. And so for the Latino culture, and then of course here in the United States, it's on a Sunday, no? Oh, no, Dia de las Madres is on the 10th, May the 10th, and then here in the United States, it's on a Sunday. That's it.
Your board comments? That was excellent. Yes, we'll go back over to Miss Alexander now. Muy bien. Gracias.
I would like to say Happy Mother's Day to everybody as well. And just a couple updates. We have coming up on Sunday, the National Black Graduation. I'm not sure if any of us have it on our calendar, so we need to put on our calendar. It's at Cal State San Bernardino. And I know for Karen, we didn't give it to her, so I just want to make sure that we put it out there. So I'll forward you the email later on or in the morning. It will be at Cal State San Bernardino at 2 p.m. And I believe Dr. Funches has a child that's graduating, right? Yeah. So it'd be nice just to come out and support National Black Grad. It's been going on for quite some time, and it's a very joyous occasion, and a lot will be happening that day. They'll have a drum line, quite a few students. It's grown over the years, so if you can, please come out and support. San Manuel, right? Okay. I'll just make sure that Karen gets the details, and then we'll just make sure everybody comes out. But it'd be great if we could, if you can, be able to support. So I was able to go and see the manufacturing link learning or pathway last week at Indian Springs, and I was very impressed with it. What wasn't shared today is that they have a collaboration with Bing Wang, as well as with Curtis Middle School. So at that pathway, it was pretty informative in terms of how they work together. In addition to that, their partnership with a lot of the corporations and the contributions that they have received from the different corporations was impressive, but the most important part of it was the advisory committee where we all were kind of exchanging ideas of how to help them with their overall pathway. I think the commitment is there for just to make sure that the students receive the resources. We did get that presentation today in terms of their certifications, but it is new. If you all can get out there to see it, I would say take some time, go look at their new center, as they have new equipment. As a matter of fact, I don't think they hadn't unboxed a lot of it, but most importantly for me, it was a good experience and definitely part of my background, so I enjoyed it. But I like that partnership that they have with the elementary school as well as middle school, because I think we asked that question, you know, how do they link those together? So great job to all the educators there. And then on Friday, we did the Mom Mob, and it was really cool. We were at Curtis Elementary, or Cole Elementary, and quite a few people came out, and it continues to grow. We saw Dr. Fontes, and I know Mickey was there. So it was pretty good. So if you guys can come next time, I know that the day will be May 19th. And then later on that day, did the Olympics at Pacific High School for special ed students, and that was really great. I felt like the energy was good, and thank you to our assistant superintendents for making that happen. And Dr. Lundy and her staff did an amazing job. They were out there. It was hot. You know, our weather has changed quite drastically from Friday. So, but those students were juiced and excited to go, and definitely were prepared. It had all the, our superintendent was there too. I'm sorry, in a suit, yeah. And then that evening attended the 38th Annual Multilingual Recognition Program. I thought that was very impressive for me. And then, you know, there were 3 students that were recognized in the county that spoke, and quite impressive, just that their stories, and we had parents that came out as well. And we had a young lady that was supporting her mom from San Bernardino High School. I thought she was there to get recognized. She goes, no, I'm here to support my mom. And so that was really cool. And lastly, did the Ronald McDonald Walk again for the larger audience. I did it first with American Legion, and then on Sunday did it with actually for the whole county. And Mary Ellen's daughter was there. And and so lastly, that's it. You know, all of my questions that I've had, I've been able to raise them with the appropriate party, so I don't really have any questions other than what I've raised already. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Miss Marianne Grande.
I really apologize for not showing up a lot of events out that I wanted to attend after all, because they've really amped up the rehearsal for the Mary Poppins. Just show of hands. Are any of you planning to come? Yes? Okay, because there's
I'll
a
be there.
luncheon also, you know, if you don't want to stay the whole night down there. But if you do get a chance to go, you should go at least once. You should go to this one, I think. But I'm going to try very hard to make you all proud of me and behave and not pull out any puppets and do everything right. So it's an enormous task. I had no idea what kind of undertaking it would be, and the blocking and the lip syncing. Thank God I don't have to actually sing. So but you know, I do get to flail about, and I do get to wear a 50-pound thing on my back. So I've been practicing at home, walking around with a heavy 30-pound vest on me. So I'm going to get really big muscles. So you guys watch out. But I'm excited about it, as you can tell. I think I'm going to do this just once, and then I could just put that on my done list. But I have been trying to stay active. I did put an appearance at the spelling bee, at a Latino spelling bee, which I think is amazing. I mean, I was just reading about that last year, thinking we should have one of those. And here I come on board and find out we not only have already had one, we're having a second one, and that's historical. That just it's so culturally sound, and I'm so excited about that too. So I don't know, I just love this job. I'm still very excited about it, and I'm really happy to be here. So I honor each and every one of you, and thank you all for putting up for me, too. Especially Dr. Marcus, poor thing. I run him ragged.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you. And I too want to say happy Mother's Day to all the parents in the district, employees, fellow board members who are mothers. Happy Mother's Day to you, to my wife Tracy, and to my favorite mother in the whole world, my mom, Ruby B. Tillman. Thank you. I'm a mama's boy.
I would have never known, Mr. Tillman.
So,
great comments, by the way. Thank you, Ms. Ceballos.
So also, I'll just start off by saying also Happy Mother's Day, Feliz Dia de las Madres, especially to my beautiful mama. I also want to say happy early birthday to my lovely son. He'll be turning 16 on Thursday, so I'm really excited. He is too. Also, I want to say congratulations to Ms. Applegate. I know that she has not already, but will be coming up recognized by California Association of Latino Superintendents and Administrators, or CALSA will be honoring her at the 2023 reception that they'll be having. And then also congratulations to, of course, Dr. Rodriguez on her award as well for distinguished service. So thank you so much. And then I'll just also like to say I was at the Latino B 8th Annual. It was my first year. I was super excited to be there. It was really, really nice. So thank you to the multilingual department, Mr. Tex Acosta, for inviting me. So moving on to a few other of my comments, I had some information to share, but I'm glad to see that ICUC Youth came out and they shared directly with you guys, because I had made contact with them and they had shared basically what they came and shared with you. So I was glad to see that they came and shared it with all of us. There were some additional concerns that they had raised in regards to a unsafe crossing or dangerous crossing area on Pacific Street and Guthrie Street. So I would like to see maybe if we can, look into that, and if possible, if we can get like a cross guard there. In addition, they also were interested in maybe getting connected with somebody in the district, and I wasn't sure, who to refer them to about maybe potentially starting like an LGBTQ plus center at one of the schools. So I told them that I'd be, making those public comments, and hopefully we can get some information of who they can begin to get in contact with to have some of those conversations started. And just kind of going back to the whole mental health, topic and conversation. I know that we have the Welcoming Resource Center, and I have a question in regards to that. Is that part of the conversation of like wellness centers? So if that is the case, I'm glad that we're doing that at a central location, but I think that the ask, and in my opinion, the need is really at the school sites. So really having and providing spaces, and again, goes back to the conversation that we were having earlier about the funding and the money. Students have been coming consistently to advocate for these locations on their campuses. Like I said, it's great that we're having something built centrally located, but I think that it needs to be more accessible to the students at their school sites. In addition to that, I also had a question regarding the contractors. I know that I've mentioned like the HEART team before, and I know that we, contract out with like Victor Community Services and things like that, but it's also been brought to my attention that some of, like we heard today from the parent that came and said that they were backlogged. What supports do we have in place to those parents and those students who were referring out, who are not able to get access through these contracted agencies that we're working with because they're so backed up? In addition to cases like that, what happens to students or parents who don't have insurance? Because it's been brought to my attention that they're being asked, do you have insurance? Do you have Medi-Cal? And if they don't have insurance or Medi-Cal, then does that mean that they don't get, services? So, those are questions that I'm really interested for us to get more information on. And then lastly, I want to ask, do we have a backlog on SPED testing referrals, so psychoeducational referrals? Do we have a backlog? Do we have a waiting list? If I can get, some sort of answer to that as well. And then if you can, sometimes on the Friday update, if you're gonna respond, sometimes I may not see the information, I miss it. If you can just let me know it's going to be on this upcoming Friday update, because sometimes it takes a couple. If I could just, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cevallos. Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you. I also want to wish Happy Mother's Day to those mothers and those who play the role of mother, which is what I have now, because it's been 20 years, almost 21 years exactly now since I lost my mom, and it'll be 4 years this year since I lost my dad. Both who were San Bernardino educators and taught me everything I know. I also want to add my kudos and congratulations to Dr. Rodriguez. It was a wonderful ceremony, and it was nice to see you honored in the way that you should be. I was also fortunate enough to go to the AXA Region 12 Awards, where our Mr. Galdamez from our ICEC, I want to say the Sages building, ICEC, tells you my age, was honored as Adult Educator Administrator of the Year, so congratulations to him as well. I won't repeat, but the Anderson Special Olympics at Pacific, they were a wonderful host. It was amazing. Mom Mob was amazing. If you are able to get up with me tomorrow morning, we are doing an Operation Safe Routes to School walk at Enil Roberts Elementary in the morning, 7:45 tomorrow morning. And then at 11, we're coming back to do a safety walk audit for Sierra High School at 11. And I think the Pacific and Guthrie is CNG, if it's the intersection I'm thinking of. It's kind of crazy over there. So I'm going to try to put that on Eric and Brenda's radar to maybe do something over there. I think that's City of Highland, though. So we haven't been working with them. So that would be a really great opportunity for us to work with them on that. I do have a couple of questions that came up from today. I'd like to know when we do get the presentation on the suspension expulsions, because that's kind of that cultural climate, that kind of piece, and also on academic performance. Is that the end of this year or the beginning of next year? And then also, I'm really familiar with the California dashboard, but I don't know if all the board is, because a lot of the information, there's things that we can find about our yearly report within the dashboard. So when we're going to be able to see that, if we're going to go over that here. And then the other thing is, there was a couple of things that were brought to my attention that I'd like to find out more about. One is, we have students in our special education programs who are seeking jobs in, like, either with cafeteria or rec aides or whatever. And I was trying to understand what some of the accommodations are, because my understanding is some of these students are qualifying as substitutes, but then they aren't getting accommodations to do whatever testing that they need to do, that they need to be able to get the jobs as full-time. And we have a lot of our students that would like to come work for us. So I'd like to see how we can support that as our kids age and graduate out into that program, and what that plan is. Because I think that's really exciting, and I think that's a great way to honor them and their time in our district and their willingness to give back to us. The other thing it's also a special education question. It was funny because one of them was about what happens when they're interrupted by discipline issues. But my other one was, we had an email from a parent, and I'm just wondering when a parent requests for, when it's a parent request for testing, or even if they've been identified and they have a change of school where they're going from elementary to middle, or like that, or maybe they changed within our district, how are we making sure that we're staying on top of them? Because it seems like within that one email that we received that the parent's request has sort of gotten lost as the student has changed schools. And I don't know what all the details are, but I also wasn't sure of what that process was. So I was just kind of wondering about how we do that. That's it for me. And, oh, nope, one other thing, sorry. I am going to formally again request, because I did last time, but we didn't get to consensus, to agendize the student board member, because I would have liked to have had it on this meeting, but we didn't get consensus. So I am asking that we can get consensus, Dr. Wyatt, to have the student board member agendized so that we can have a conversation and I can update the board.
I would support it.
Consensus.
We have consensus to agendize student board member, yay.
Thank you, Ms. Chahesky, and I'll try not to mention too many of the events that everybody did. So, but I have to because they were amazing. Like our Latino History Bee, again, great job to Ann Applegate and our team over there, phenomenal. Same with the Multilingual Awards Banquet. That was great to be with, and our DLAC parents as well. Congratulations to all of them and the great job that they're doing. Then our Biliteracy Awards ceremony we had just this past Saturday. Again, phenomenal event, and you know, I just love that we're highlighting multilingualism in our city. We heard a trilingual program tonight. You know, wow, if we have that in every one of our schools, I think that's doing a tremendous justice to our kids and preparing them for a global future. I want to say congratulations to Sanji boys soccer coach. I don't know if any of you heard this, Adrian Villalobos, for being selected by the California Coaches Association as a high school soccer coach of the year for the state of California. Yeah, so congratulations there. That's like our second coach, I believe, that has been coach of the state at San G, and we've had quite a few coaches of the state here in this city. So when you talk about excellence at the highest level, that's what we have here. We talked about our graduation ceremony, so I'm going to talk about the Island graduation ceremony, which is on May 13th at 6 p.m. at Valley College, and we'll hopefully send that out. I don't know if it's been out on our district website already, and I know I asked the county office of ed to do it, and they sent it out as well, so thank you to them. So the Pacific Islander graduation ceremony is on May 13th at 6 p.m. Valley College. It's not just high school, it is also college graduates and pretty much in the Inland Empire, so we're trying to really make that a big event. So if you can make it, that would be great. Thank you very much. On that note, I want to say congratulations to my daughter, Brooke Wyatt, who is a Cajon graduate. She'll be graduating this coming Monday, May 8th, with her degree in biochemistry from Arizona State University. Just want to tell you, I'm going to get a little emotional here. I'm very proud of you, and I love you very much, Pumpkin. So job well done. Yeah, I'm super excited about that. And then we've heard it a lot this evening. Happy Mother's Day to all of you amazing moms out there, and especially my wife, who gave me the most amazing children, the greatest gifts of my life. So happy Mother's Day to all you ladies. Thank you. All right, 11.2, Mr. Ariano.
I will try to keep it to 45 minutes. Joking.
And that still wouldn't be as long as us, Mr. Ariano.
Right.
So thanks for being,
Yeah. First of all, I
brief.
want to thank the board for some wonderful resolutions earlier tonight, honoring our classified employees, our certificated teachers, and our nurses. They are truly outstanding staff members, team members, family members, and they do a great job. And I've had a great time as I've started to go out to visit school sites to get to meet a lot of these wonderful folks. So we honor all of our classified employees, certificated teachers, and nurses. This week I did start attending some schools to make some site visits. I attended Highland Pacific Elementary, Cole Elementary, and Golden Valley Middle School this week. So I want to thank Courtney Weber, Tamika Casey, and Gabriel Diaz for touring me around and giving me a chance to kind of take my first peeks at inside the classrooms and seeing all the wonderful work that our teachers are doing and our support personnel are doing. So I look forward to getting around to all the schools and really getting a better feel as to what's going on in our classrooms. But so far what I see is good things happening for kids, as you heard today. I'm going to reiterate some congratulations. Last night we were able to be together to celebrate Jesus Galdames as the AXA Region 12 Adult Ed Administrator of the Year. So I know Scott was there, and Mickey and Mary Ellen. So we had a good time celebrating our peer there. And what a great guy. A lot of energy, happy, and very funny. So it was really a great chance to get to meet him. And then, as mentioned before, we were at the 36th Annual Multilingual Recognition Dinner at the Doubletree Hotel. And I want to give a little shout out to the 5 folks that were recognized that night. Guillermina Delgado, Lily Dang, Kim Dow, Berenice Rios, Rodolfina Gamino were the folks representing our district. So it was a wonderful evening there, again with Scott and Felicia there. We had a really good time, and we got to see Scott stain his tie with the salad dressing, right, sir? Yeah.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up.
And then kudos to everybody who was involved in the event on Saturday, the Biliteracy Achievement Awards at the California Theater. That was really a great experience in honoring and celebrating our elementary and middle school students we are encouraging towards that path to that seal of biliteracy when they get to the end of high school. And that was a wonderful event. And I tell you, that band Soul Point, I didn't realize it grew to even a bigger size because I got the mini version for the meet and greet, but we got the full on Saturday. It was a whole concert for an hour, and it was Earth, Wind and Fire, Tina Marie, it was Rick James, it was Casey and the Sunshine Band, Selena. I mean, amazing group of kids, talented, representing our district. So that was hats off to Soul Point and the teacher that's supportive of that group.
Is that your personal list, Mr. Ariano, that they're playing from the 60s or 50s?
When Square Biz came on by Tina Marie, I was like, all right, we know it's a good thing. It's a good thing. The Anderson Olympics at Pacific High School, thank you to everyone who was involved in that. It was a beautiful day, lots of energy. Kids were happy, staff were happy. Thank you for giving me an opportunity and Felicia an opportunity to address the kids and get them motivated. And, special thanks to City Council Member Alexander as well for being there and supporting the kids, and supporting our efforts there. That was really greatly appreciated. And yes, again, congratulations to Dr. Rodriguez for her great recognition there at the San Miguel County School Boards Association, for her great leadership. And I'm so blessed to have such a great team, with Marcus and Anna, who's also now being recognized by CALSA for her outstanding leadership. So, man, I am truly blessed to have a great team working with me every day. I want to do another couple shout-outs. Great stories. I love acts of kindness. I think we need to focus more on kindness and identifying kindness and not so much on the negativity. But I want to give a shout-out to Officer Michael Cobb. Story got back to me earlier this week. He encountered a family, an unhoused family that was really struggling, needing some help, and their car had broken down. And apparently this gentleman, out of his own pocket, went and bought the car part for the family so that the car could work and get going, give them a little help. So, thank you, sir, if you're watching. Those acts of kindness go a long way. And we hope we can all emulate those acts so that we can make a better society and a better community. So thank you, sir, for all of that. And I do want to give a shout out to our district, I don't know what the proper terminology, but our gardening team, landscaping team. As I went out to the schools, they're out there cutting the lawns, making the lawns look great, cutting those bushes, catching up on the weeds, from all the from the rainy season, but they're out there doing good work. So I want them to know that I see them, I hear them, and I notice them, and I thank them for all of their work. So, and board, just thank you for the honest conversations and the honest questions. We really appreciate it because we want to make sure that we're meeting your needs, but also the needs of our kids and our community. And I've said this a million times over, questions make us better. So we do appreciate everyone's involvement. And to our teams that presented here today, thank you. There was a lot of time and effort behind that. You take a lot of difficult questions and you take them with pride and professionalism, and you're here to support the Board of Education and the goals. So thank all of you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Superintendent Ariano. Appreciate that. We'll move on now to Section 12.0, action items. 12.1, Approval of personnel report number 18 dated May 2nd, 2023, which contains actions such as hirings, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's go and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 12.2, resolution to approve the procurement of vehicles for use by the district's maintenance and operations department.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Alexander, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion?
I just wanted to say a couple things. I want to first thank.
Wait. All right, they're your official.
Okay.
Now.
I just want to thank Mohammed and his staff for listening when we, or when I was vocal about the idea of just making sure that we have a strategy to electrify our fleet. Definitely appreciate the strategy as it stands right here. I know you would have to scope it out a little bit more, but I also wanted to comment because I keep hearing supply chain issues. So having been in that business for 32 years, I would say that with supply chain, if you have a strategy and you have resources and you implement it effectively, we should not have those challenges. So I would just say that with our strategies, make sure that we have plan A and then we have a contingency plan. And we can implement it accordingly. And also with a procurement strategy, I don't know if you necessarily have to, unless we're tied to it, you don't have to necessarily procure and then receive those assets right away. Maybe it's a time period. So just if you can give us an update as to how it's going for you, then that will help. And then lastly, from a procurement standpoint, hopefully we can look at local vendors versus outside vendors, because I did see Glendale, and that's LA County, or Glendora, it was LA County, I know that. So just try to stay within our county, if not in our city. First city and then county, and that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Chahusky?
When we brought this up last time, I had asked about this, and I just want kind of ask about it again, is if we could have a presentation, because I'm concerned just with the 2035 deadline, just what that really means for the district in terms of it not just electrifying the district's vehicles, but accommodating all the electric vehicles for all of our employees and charging stations at all our school sites and departments and everything, like what that's going to look like. So if we could sort of kind of get ahead of just sort of like what might that look like, and if it's even going to be feasible, because if it's not going to be feasible, then I think we need to give input back to the state about, okay, have you really thought about what this means? Yes, we want to be, we want to combat climate change, but is this feasible in the way you're doing it, or how is the state going to help, schools and others implement this? So I would like to, it doesn't have to be like tomorrow or anything, but in the near future, next 6 months, it would be nice if we started to sort of think about this and what that might look like.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. All right, any further discussion? It's been motion properly seconded. We need to vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 12.3, peer assistance and review report of participation, human resources.
Move.
Oh, well, no, that was perfect, actually. Good job, Mickey. Ms. Chahusky.
Oh, nobody second.
All right, it's been moved properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 13.0, consent items. 13.1, approval of consent items.
So
Agenda.
moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion or items to be pulled?
I do.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
I will be pulling. 13.12.
Okay, we'll pull 13.12. Any others? I'll be abstaining on 13.36 as I am a county schools employee. It's a non-paid service, but still abstain. All right, any others? Okay, hearing, seeing none, let's go ahead and accept the agenda as it has been amended. We'll vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 13.12. Okay, Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yeah, and this is for the ratification of business and in-service for CASBO,
Okay.
2023 annual conference. And so I've been to CASBO, I would say maybe about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Yes. And so that was a great experience. And so I want to find out, because I know there was a substitute. I think, are they contracted? I imagine they're contracted through the school district that got to go a substitute administrator. So I want to, I don't know if is she an employee of the district or is she contract?
May I? She's a substitute administrator working for the district.
Or she's working for the district?
Yes, she's not a consultant, but she's
not
an
a
employee.
consultant, but she was a consultant at one point, no?
No, she's currently working as a substitute administrator, and she's been working, I think, over a year.
Okay, and she's helping support
yes,
the director right now.
in our
She
business
needs the support.
services, fiscal services. The fact of the matter, one of our employees is supposed to go, and she could not make it, so we don't want to. We already reserved everything. We don't want to lose the funding, so she was in here.
Oh no, and I think so. For I guess what I was going to suggest, because I was in the conference, maybe even asking employees within the school district that within department, you know how we try to encourage professional development. I know that we have several departments that go to different conferences, and I think this would be a great way to encourage business department, anybody that might have volunteered that would like to go, or individuals that you know maybe this may be helpful for them to also grow in their own position and to learn. So I just want to make sure that these opportunities are provided to the department as well.
I agree, and we do encourage our employee. It's a growth, professional growth. And
Okay.
CASBO is the best place to go.
Yeah, no, definitely. And so I just want to make sure that we are encouraging our employees to participate as well. So yeah, that was basically it. Thank you.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Thirteen point 36, ratification of the MOU with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, Sierra High School, no cost student services.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Vote, please.
Mr. Tillman?
Actually, mine should have been an abstention. Sorry, Ms. Cunningham. I only had one eye open, so I apologize. That can be corrected. Thank you very much. All right, motion carries. It is that time. 14.0, review board requests. 14.1, staff will review items, updates as requested.
Ms. Rosales Medina asked if the expansion of school-based wellness centers will be included when the budget is presented. Ms. Rosales Medina requested to have ICUC students participate in the visits at school sites organized by Dr. Rodriguez. Ms. Rosales Medina and Ms. Chehusky asked for information on district protocols on suspensions. Dr. Wyatt requested an update on the Lincoln student situation. Ms. Ceballos requested additional information or something in writing to supplement the CAPS extended learning presentation. Ms. Alexander asked if CAPS could collaborate with the City of San Bernardino Parks and Recs to expand opportunities. Mr. Tillman requested the district explore a process to ensure teachers at sites are getting the basic supplies they need. Ms. Rosales Medina requested an update on the funding of the board priorities. Ms. Grande requested for a list of additional professional developments created for both classified and certificated employees. Ms. Ceballos asked how are our expenditures tied to our district goals, and how are we measuring progress? What's our baseline on the goals? And she would like to make sure there is alignment of where the money is going. Ms. Rosales Medina stated that in the future, if the district receives additional funds, she would like to be involved in that discussion. Ms. Alexander recommended regular updates on the spending of funds. Ms. Chehusky mentioned that a lot of presentations were tabled and may need to be brought back and agendized. She would like to see how the money aligns with our priorities. Mr. Tillman asked for a commitment for refreshed devices that are older than 5 years old. Ms. Alexander requested support for the National Black Graduation at CSUSB at 2 p.m. this Sunday. Ms. Alexander invited Cabinet to check out the new Center for Linked Learning Manufacturing Pathway at Indian Springs High School. Ms. Ceballos and Ms. Chehusky requested to look into the unsafe crossing on Pacific and Guthrie Street and possibly get a crossing guard. Ms. Ceballos, on behalf of ICUC students, she's requesting to get them connected to someone in the district about starting an LGBTQ center. Ms. Ceballos was asking regarding the contractors who are backlogged. What happens to students who are not able to get access or do not have insurance? Ms. Ceballos asked if we do have a backlog on SPED testing. Ms. Chehusky asked if we are going to go over the California dashboard as a board. Ms. Chehusky asked what accommodations are given to special ed students who are seeking jobs, and asked what accommodations are given to them and would like to support the students. Ms. Chehusky referenced an email from a parent and asked what is the process for when students are being tested or identified and have a change of school level, and how does the district stay on top of it? Ms. Alexander requested an update on procurement of vehicles that we stay local, first city, then county. Ms. Chahesky requested a presentation on implementing a strategy for charging stations. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Montag. Hopefully they were all sound good to everyone. So,
Oh, wait.
Ms. Ceballos?
Sorry. So in
Let me
addition
turn
to
on
the
your light, Ms.
to the
Ceballos.
back
There
to the
you go.
backlog, it was backlog and or waiting list for special education assessment for students. And then I didn't hear the question that I asked regarding the sub. I'm running a blank right now. The sub personnel at the school sites for their tech devices. Thank you. Yeah, the resident subs.
Move to adjourn.
Again.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Chahusky. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you to all our staff that stayed with us to almost tomorrow. And for those of you that are still out there watching on TV, go to bed. Thank you very much. Safe drive home. And as always, may God bless you all.